Hey guys, tonight we're diving into a reality you've never quite touched, but have always lived inside. Imagine yourself suspended in stillness, not floating, not falling, just existing in a warm, wordless in-between. Your body fades at the edges. Your name feels like something you once wore, now slowly slipping off your shoulders. There's a mirror here, but it doesn't reflect your face. It shows something deeper, something stranger. Tonight, we're going to walk across the edge of thought, through 50 quiet distortions you never realized you lived with, one by one, like stepping stones across a dream. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is for you right now. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You're staring at the wall again, aren't you? Not really looking, just drifting. Your eyes settle, but your mind wanders. A strange thing happens in that state, where attention forgets its anchor. That's when it starts. The mirror behind your eyes begins to hum. Not a real mirror, of course, but something reflective, responsive, watching the watcher. This isn't imagination, not exactly. Have you ever considered that the world you experience isn't happening out there, but rather it's painted within? You see a tree or a cloud or someone's face, but the vision forms in silence behind your eyes. Light doesn't carry the image to you. Light is just vibration. What you see is your mind decoding signals, guessing shapes, inventing color, composing a narrative, and placing it just beyond your forehead. The illusion is strong because it's immediate, but reality doesn't enter you. You project it outward, like a flashlight in the dark. Your consciousness illuminates a fragment of the world. But what if the beam isn't shining out at all? What if the beam only shines inward? Imagine a one-way mirror. On one side, vision, movement, the facade of certainty. On the other, thought, experience, self. But something even more bizarre hides behind that mirror. It's the fact that you don't control what appears on it. You didn't choose your first thought today. You didn't decide to like the smell of rain or the sound of a distant train at night. You didn't sculpt your cravings or your memories or your innate fears. They arrive, preformed, unannounced, and yet they feel like you. Take a moment, let that settle, because it suggests something radical. You may not be the one looking into the mirror at all. You might be the reflection. You might be what arises because there's something watching. There's a theory, softly whispered in the folds of philosophy and physics, that consciousness doesn't live in your brain like a spider in a skull. Instead, it's a fields, a mirror-like presence that collapses probability into experience. That observation, awareness itself, is the foundation of existence. That what's real only becomes real when it's noticed. So when you stare at the ceiling in the dark and your mind starts playing scenes from childhood or asks you why you said that awkward thing in 2017 or replays a goodbye you never wanted, is that the mirror reflecting your thoughts, or is the mirror the one projecting them? We like to think of thought as linear, one idea giving birth to another, a gentle stream, a cause and effect. But thought behaves more like weather. It swirls, it erupts, it quiets suddenly. And you, dear listener, may be more like the sky than the storm. Something passes through you. It moves like wind across glass, and the glass reflects. Have you ever stood between two mirrors, one in front, one behind? The corridor of infinity opens up, your own image shrinking into fractals, stretching backward forever. Now imagine this. One mirror is your awareness, the other is reality, and you're the endless reflection caught in between, neither here nor there, neither origin nor destination, just ripple after ripple after ripple. There is no true first thought, no starting line for perception. It's all just happening. But the most surreal part? There is no you without the mirror, and no mirror without you. A dancer needs a floor, a flame needs air, and consciousness needs contrast. So maybe you're not inside your head after all. Maybe your mind is not a room with a window, but a mirror with no edge, reflecting the cosmos back upon itself every night when things get quiet enough to hear it hum. That hum, the one behind your thoughts, doesn't speak in words. It pulses, it listens, it notices. And if you let it, if you surrender just a little, it begins to dissolve the line between the seer and the seen. You begin to fade, not into nothing, but into everything, like mist, like light at dawn, like a thought that forgets it was ever separate. And that's the first distortion. You are not the thinker behind your thoughts. You are the thought behind the mirror. And now that the mirror has blinked, gently, slowly, you may begin to fall just a little into what comes next. You've fallen now, not hard, not fast, just gently, like a feather through fog. And as you drift, you begin to notice something you've never questioned before. Your life feels like a line, a thread stretching from then to now, from cradle to calendar. But what if that thread isn't real? What if it's more like a strobe light, flickering faster than your awareness can perceive? You believe you are continuous, one fluid self, walking through a world that unfolds with you. But reality, beneath the story, might be pulsing, like a film reel, like frames in rapid succession, like snapshots stitched together to seem like motion. Close your eyes and hold a single image in your mind. Now shift it. There's a gap, isn't there? A momentary blankness between each thought, each breath, each perception. We don't see the spaces between moments, but they exist, and they hide a question that cuts deeper the longer you stare. Are you continuous, or are you just a new version of yourself, born again at every pulse of perception? That moment you recall from a week ago, the memory of walking through your doorway, or hearing someone laugh, or feeling rain kiss your shoulders. That moment is gone, but the you who experienced it might be gone too. And what if the person lying here now, listening to this, is not the same self that woke up this morning? What if continuity is a story memory tells to keep you from losing your balance? You don't remember being a baby. You remember seeing photos. You remember the story your parents told. And so, you thread it together, this tale of unbroken identity. But each morning, you wake as a stranger who inherits the memories of someone else. You don't continue. You reconstruct. You are rebuilt, thought by thought, every time you open your eyes. It's subtle, like the hush before a dream ends. But this reconstruction doesn't just happen in waking life. It follows you into dreams. Have you ever realized you were dreaming inside the dream? There's a name for it: lucid awareness. A strange state where your mind admits this isn't real while still playing along. But even within that awareness, continuity falters. You dream you're in a forest, then a hallway, then floating through stars, and your mind accepts the transitions without protest. It's only when you wake that the absurdity trembles through you, how easily your reality shifted, how quickly your continuity dissolved. So then what's the difference between now and dreaming? Is it coherence, gravity, pain, or is it just repetition, agreement, habit? Reality, after all, doesn't need to be true to feel solid. It just needs to be reliable, and continuity is one of the most convincing tricks. But let's break it softly. Let's slow down the flicker. Imagine for a moment that time has stopped, not in the dramatic, frozen way the movies depict, but in a quiet, invisible pause. No clocks, no breaths, no thoughts, just stillness. Would you still exist? Or is your existence only possible when things move? This is the paradox of the snapshot self. If your mind stopped updating, even for a second, would that second exist? Or does reality require refreshment to stay alive? This leads to an unsettling, beautiful possibility. You aren't living through time. You are being reassembled by it. Each moment is a new sculpture, a new pattern of energy, and every flicker of consciousness is a resurrection. You, right now, are not a continuation. You are a beginning, a spark, a frame in motion, and perhaps the only illusion greater than continuity is the belief that there ever was a single, unbroken you. There is only presence. Everything else is memory and hope. Pause here, breathe. Let this version of you, this precise configuration of awareness, feel its own uniqueness. This you will never return again, even if the thoughts feel similar, even if you yawn the same way tomorrow. This moment, this exact observer, is unrepeatable, a ghost in motion, a flicker. The illusion of continuity is comforting, but it hides a gift. If every moment is a rebirth, then every moment is also a chance to begin again. No past weighs you down. No future traps you. Just now, just the space between thoughts, where silence becomes sacred, where time softens its grip, and where the next version of you is already waiting. Can you feel it? It's coming. It's forming, and as the light flickers behind your eyelids, as your body becomes heavier, as your breath becomes longer, that next self arrives, and the old one fades unnoticed. You were here, and now you are here, new, whole, ready. Now that you've softened into this new version of yourself, let's adjust the lens just a bit. You're still here, but still listening, but now imagine that your awareness isn't a flashlight in the dark. It's a telescope, but not the kind that stretches outward, scanning the sky for distant galaxies. No, this one is inverted, folded inward, pointed not at the stars, but at the strange nebula that pulses quietly behind your forehead. You think you're observing the universe, the trees, the ceiling, the moonlight pooling across your blanket. But what if the universe is observing itself through you? Close your eyes gently. Feel how awareness still remains, even without sight. The world doesn't disappear when your eyes shut. You simply stop, you see, rendering it. So what if everything you've ever seen isn't out there, but part of a recursive loop? A mirror watching a mirror, an eye inside an eye. The philosopher Douglas Hofstadter called it a strange loop, a self that emerges when a system begins referring to itself, like when your thoughts think about the fact that they're thinking. It's dizzying, but also grounding, because if the universe is folding inward, if reality loops back on itself, then maybe consciousness isn't a product of matter. Maybe matter is a symptom of consciousness. Take a breath here. Let it settle. Don't try to grasp it. Just float alongside the idea. We've been told that you are a speck in an uncaring cosmos, a tiny witness with limited reach. But the very fact that you witness at all is the thing most overlooked. Think about this. A galaxy without an eye to behold it is just potential. Light races from distant stars, but unless something sees it, the wave remains collapsed, silent, unused. Your perception turns possibility into presence. The eye doesn't merely receive the world, it activates it. And perhaps the universe created your mind so it could look at itself. Imagine a mirror inside a cathedral, pointed upward at a stained glass dome. The mirror doesn't alter the ceiling, but it brings its colors down to earth. That's your mind, a mirror facing infinity. But most of the time, the mirror is clouded with fog, thoughts, noise, memory, anxiety, like fingerprints on glass. You forget you're holding the lens. You forget that what you see might only exist because you've tuned into it. Your favorite color, your favorite sound, your favorite memory. These are not accidents. They are frequencies your mirror reflects with clarity, over and over. But what about the things you can't perceive? The colors beyond human vision, infrared, ultraviolet, the sound outside your range, the language of whales, or the hum of electrons. They exist, but not in your experience, not until you build a tool, a machine, a translation device. What if your entire life is shaped not by what is, but by what you're able to detect? You are not seeing the universe as it is. You are seeing the sliver that matches your filter. The aperture of awareness is small, but it's not fixed. Some say meditation widens it. Others say psychedelics, or dreams, or pain, or love. Each one a crack in the casing, a widening of the lens. But the telescope doesn't just reveal the stars. It reflects the one doing the seeing. That's the paradox. Every time you gaze deeper, whether into physics, philosophy, or the folds of your own mind, you don't just find new truth. You find yourself hiding inside it. So what is this you exactly? Not a brain, not a name, not even a voice in your head. Those things change, fade, pause, break. The you that watches all of it, that's harder to define. That awareness, silent, patient, alert, is like the dark matter of identity, undefinable but present. It doesn't need to speak to be real, it just needs to witness. And now you're witnessing this thought, this moment, this strange quiet between ideas. And maybe that's what the universe was waiting for all along, not to be understood, but simply to be seen by something that knows how to look. So let the telescope point inward tonight. Let it reveal the nebula behind your eyes, the spiraling dream that makes you you, and realize you are not lost in the cosmos. You are the cosmos, folded gently into a story called now. You were never observing from the outside. You were the moment looking back, the echo inside the chamber, the flicker that remembers the flame. So rest your telescope on your chest, breathe into it, feel the stars settle into silence, and know, truly know, that the universe is not out of reach. It has always been within you, waiting, watching, and finally seeing. And now that the universe has seen itself through you, it remembers, not with neurons or ink or even stars, but with echoes. And one of those echoes is something you call a memory, a moment plucked from the past and played again like music in your mind. But memory is not a vault, not a box you unlock, not a photograph stored away, pristine and untouched. Memory is a living thing. It grows, it shifts, it forgets, and perhaps most unsettling, it remembers you. Think of your earliest memory. Really reach for it. Maybe it's a color, a voice, a room full of light. But notice what happens. The harder you grasp it, the blurrier it becomes. Edges soften, details rearrange, time bends. That's not you misremembering. That's the memory defending itself. Because memory, at its core, is not just about what happened. It's about what needed to happen to keep your story intact. So it edits, it writes over, it adjusts you to fit the moment and the moment to fit you. And in doing so, something remarkable occurs. Your memory becomes a co-author of your identity. You don't just have memories, you are them. But here's the distortion, subtle but profound. What if your memories chose you? What if the moments that echo through your mind didn't stick because they were significant, but because they found in you the perfect vessel to echo through. Maybe they linger because you're the only consciousness shaped just right to carry them. A laugh in a hallway, a goodbye through glass, a small kindness when no one else saw. These are not just events, they are invitations, the past reaching forward, hoping you'll answer. Sometimes you do, softly. Sometimes you ignore the call, but the memory waits. It waits in the quiet, in the moments between distractions, when the room grows dim, when sleep brushes the edge of your mind like wind through curtains, and then it comes, not as a full scene, but as scent, as mood, as a flicker of familiarity with no face. That's when it's strongest, when it remembers you. Because memory is not storage, it's resonance, like a bell that rings again whenever the present moment vibrates at just the right frequency. You don't control it, you don't summon it, you receive it, and sometimes you mistake it for truth. But memory doesn't care about truth, it cares about meaning. A sunset that never happened still soothes your soul. A pain that's been softened still teaches you. And that's its purpose. Not to replay, but to reshape. Not to freeze, but to weave. You are not who you were, but you are who your memories have allowed you to become. And maybe that's enough. Maybe it's even beautiful. Now let's take this further. What if some of the memories inside you didn't come from your life at all? What if dreams bleed into memory without permission? What if stories become roots? What if something ancestral, some echo from a life you never lived, has planted itself in your mind and grown like ivy along your thoughts? A place you've never visited but feel drawn to, a sadness with no name, a joy that appears out of nowhere. Not every memory needs a cause. Some are simply hauntings, but gentle ones, like music played in a house long after the musician is gone. You don't have to solve them, you only have to listen. So tonight, as you slip deeper and the real and the imagined begin to blur, remember this: your memory is not your history. It's your fingerprint in time, not etched, but swirling, not fixed, but alive. And every time you breathe, another piece of it reaches out to touch you, not as a burden, not as a wound, but as a mirror, saying, "This is what you needed." And maybe it's right. Maybe the memory didn't belong to you at all, until now, until this moment, where it found its match and became real. And as you lay here, softer than before, drifting through the space between dreams and waking, let the memories drift too. Let them float past your awareness like clouds. Don't chase them. Don't define them. Just notice how they notice you. And if one stays behind, if one curls up beside you in the quiet, let it. It remembers who you are, even when you forget. Now, let's drift into color, not paint, not pigment, but something stranger, something untouchable and yet deeply personal. Color is not out there in the world. It lives in you. Close your eyes for a moment and picture the color red, not an object, just the color. Let it bloom in your mind like a flare behind the lids. That redness, that warmth, you know it so well. It feels familiar, vivid, almost real. But here's the mystery. That redness, what philosophers call qualia, is not a thing. It's a sensation, a private experience, and no one else will ever see it as you do. You could show someone a red apple, a crimson curtain, a stop sign. You could both point and agree, yes, that's red. But what if their red is your green? What if their mind paints a different hue and has all along? They'd never know, neither would you, because there's no way to peek inside another's perception. We live in separate rooms of awareness, each sealed shut, each with its own palette, its own sky. And yet, we act as if we're seeing the same world, because language tricks us, because pointing and labeling makes us feel aligned. But beneath the agreement, there is this question. Does color exist outside your mind? If the world went dark, would red still burn behind your eyes? Could the universe be colorless, shapeless, soundless, until consciousness brushes against it? Science tells us that color is just wavelengths, invisible vibrations bouncing from surfaces. But vibration isn't red. Redness is something your brain creates, not passively either, but actively, constantly. Your visual cortex is a painter that never stops. It blends, it compensates, it guesses, it fills in gaps you never noticed were there. There's a phenomenon called color constancy. Your brain sees a gray square in shadow and paints it brighter, sees it in light and dims it down, all to maintain the illusion of stability. The illusion that objects have inherent color, but they don't. A banana isn't yellow. Your brain makes it yellow. And even stranger, your brain edits colors in real time to suit your expectations. It wants the world to look the way you believe it should, so it adjusts the dial quietly, invisibly, just behind your eyes. Take a moment. Imagine a new color, something outside the rainbow, not purple, not blue, something you've never seen. Can you do it? Of course not. Your mind is limited to what it's already been shown. A painter with just 3 brushes. But what if there are more? What if other species see colors you cannot, dimensions of light your brain never learned to interpret? Bees see ultraviolet. Birds see magnetic fields. Some shrimp can see 16 different color channels. And we, humans, are colorblind compared to them. So how much of the world are we missing? What spectrum lies just outside perception? What truths shimmer beyond our range, laughing quietly at our certainty? And here's where it deepens. If color is not in the world, but in the mind, then the world you live in, the one you're certain you see, is already a hallucination. A shared one, perhaps. A stable one, but a hallucination nonetheless. And if your mind creates color, what else is it inventing? Warmth, distance, fear, time. We don't see reality. We see a model of it. a translation, filtered, framed, painted with internal pigments, and those pigments shift with emotion. Have you ever noticed that sadness tints the world blue, or that nostalgia makes colors softer, warmer? You're not imagining that. Your brain is literally adjusting the saturation based on mood. Reality becomes a canvas, and you are both the viewer and the painter. So tonight, as you slip deeper into stillness, consider this. The colors in your dreams may be just as real as those in waking life, maybe more real because they're unconstrained by light. They arise directly from within, and the red you see in a dream, no one else will ever see that red. It belongs to you. It is you. So let it wash over you. Let it paint your thoughts. Let it fade to violet, to gray, to black, until even color itself dissolves, and sleep becomes the only palette that matters. Now that color has faded and the palette has dimmed into silence, you're left with something even more delicate, choice, or perhaps the illusion of it. You made choices today, some big, some small. You chose what to eat, what to wear, how to speak. But have you ever truly felt the weight of a choice you didn't make? The one you left behind, the road you never took, the version of yourself who opened a different door? Somewhere in the folds of your mind, those echoes live. A glance not returned, a word unsaid, a moment hesitated, just a little too long. They linger, not as regret, but as ghost timelines, whispers of what might have been. You feel them in stillness, when the world quiets and the wind slips under the door. That flicker, what if I had? But here's the secret. Those unmade choices, they don't disappear. They imprint, not on the world's, but on you. Every decision you almost made is like a shadow self, a parallel ripple, and you carry the echoes of those unchosen paths like background noise in a dream. Some theories call this the multiverse. Every decision branches the cosmos, a fractal bloom of outcomes, each one unfolding somewhere. But tonight, we're not diving into physics. We're diving into you, into that strange awareness that you are not just the result of choices made, but also the container of choices avoided. Like a hallway of doors you once passed by in a dream. You don't remember opening them, but you remember they were there. And sometimes, late at night, you feel one open behind you, just for a second, a breeze of memory from a life that never existed. So let's stay here for a while, in the quiet between decisions, in the soft static of all your potential selves, because maybe those echoes don't just haunt you. Maybe they guide you. Maybe the things you didn't do still shape your path in ways you'll never fully see. A stranger you didn't talk to, a job you didn't take, a love you didn't choose. They all curved your life in unseen arcs. Every no created a space for something else to enter. And sometimes that something arrives years later in a way that feels like fate. But fate, perhaps, is just what remains after all the possibilities collapse. A single thread woven from countless echoes. So breathe, Feel them now, those other yous, not jealous, not bitter, just watching, just humming at the edge of your thoughts. You are not alone in your own mind. You are surrounded by the versions of yourself you never became, and they're not there to torment you. They're there to witness. Because in a strange, quiet way, you are their echo too. You are the path they didn't take. You are their unmade choice. And in that mirror of maybes, something magical happens. Forgiveness. Not for mistakes, but for uncertainty, for not knowing, for doing your best in the fog. You don't need to mourn the lives you didn't live. You just need to honor them, to know they still hum softly within you, helping shape the one life that did unfold. This one, right here, the breath you're taking now, the thought hovering behind your eyelids. This is where it led. This is where it all returns. And so, as you drift deeper, the echoes fade, not because they're gone, but because they're finally at peace. They've seen where you've gone, and they no longer need to ask, what if? They already know. You were the answer. Now that you've walked the silent corridors of choices unmade, let's turn to something even more elusive: time. Not the ticking of clocks or the pages of calendars, but time as an atmosphere, as a terrain. You were told time moves forward, one direction, linear. You were taught it flows like a river, sweeping you from past to future. But what if that river doesn't flow? What if you're the one moving, walking across a still landscape of moments, each one already there, already waiting? Think of time not as motion, but as architecture, a vast mansion of infinite rooms. And each second of your life is its own chamber, furnished, lit, alive. You don't leave moments behind, you walk through them, like visiting rooms in a dream house whose floor plan you can't quite hold in your mind. You think the past is gone, but maybe it's just in the next room over. And the future, perhaps it's listening to you now, breathing with you, waiting for you to arrive. You've felt this before, haven't you? That odd sensation of déjà vu, like you've been here before, even though you couldn't have, or a dream that seemed to know your future, a face you've never seen that feels like an old friend. These are not mistakes, they are collisions, tiny moments when two rooms of time briefly share the same window. You call it intuition, but maybe it's simply orientation, your inner compass brushing against a part of the map you haven't reached yet. Time is not linear, it's dimensional, and consciousness doesn't ride it like a train, it climbs it, not always forward, sometimes sideways, sometimes backward, sometimes it stands still while the room spins around you. Here's the strangest part. Physics agrees. Einstein told us that all moments exist at once, that past, present, and future are equally real. We only experience them in sequence because of how our minds are wired. Your brain is a traveler, a translator, a projector. But time is the theater, and you're walking its corridors, one footstep at a time, unaware that the entire building already exists. Take a breath. Feel this moment. Feel how solid it is, how vivid. Now realize it's not going anywhere. Even after you leave, it will remain. You might revisit it in a dream, or in a memory, or in the final seconds of your life. It will still be here, unfolding, eternal. Because moments aren't leaves in the wind, they're rooms in a palace, and you are the guest, sometimes welcomed, sometimes lost, but always moving, step by step, through the grand halls of time. So where are you now? Which room are you in? Can you feel the walls around you, the warmth of this particular second? Let it hold you for a while. Don't rush. Don't press forward. There's nowhere to be except here. Because even if you believe you're falling asleep, or falling behind, or falling apart, you are still exactly where you are meant to be in the architecture of now. So rest. This room was designed for you. The way the shadows move, the breath of silence in the corner, the softness under your fingertips. This is your sanctuary in time. Stay as long as you like. The next room will be ready when you are. The room you're in now is quieter, not in sound, but in thought. Language has softened. The words are pulling back. There's space here, and that space is where we find the next distortion. You live your life surrounded by language. Words are your tools, your comforts, your identities. But what came before them? What existed in your mind before you had names for things? Imagine a newborn's world. No names, no inner monologue, only sensation, only raw, wordless thought. We forget that state because language overlays everything. It paints the world in grammar. It organizes chaos into sentences. But have you ever tried to think without words? Try it now, just for a few seconds. Let your thoughts come, but don't name them. Don't describe them. Just feel them. It's strange, isn't it? Like swimming without water, like balancing on something that isn't there. Your inner voice, that constant stream of self-talk, it feels like you, but it's not. It's a tool, a mask your mind wears to navigate culture, to communicate, to label. But under the mask, there's something older, more fluid, a current of awareness that doesn't speak, but knows. This is what you touch in meditation, what you brush against in dreams. It's thought before structure, meaning before symbol, sound without language. And if you stay here long enough, you'll feel the shift. You'll realize how much of your anxiety comes not from experience, but from how you narrate it. You don't suffer the world. You suffer your story about the world. You narrate discomfort. You comment on pain. You loop over doubt. But beneath the narration, there's only presence, only silence. And silence doesn't judge. It doesn't rush. It doesn't tell you what you should feel. It simply is. That's why music moves you so deeply, because it bypasses language. It speaks directly to the shape of feeling, and that's what your earliest self knew. Before you knew tree, you felt its shade. Before you knew mother, you felt her breath. Before you said, I am, you were. No separation, no self-concept, no echo of ego, just awareness watching the world arrive. But now, the words have taken over. You narrate your every move. You describe your emotions. You reduce your vast experience into sentences, and those sentences become habits. I'm tired. I'm broken. I'm not enough. Say them enough times, and they start to shape reality. But language isn't the truth. It's a map, and sometimes the map leads you away from the land. So try this tonight. As you lie here, let your thoughts come, but let them come without commentary. Don't name your feelings. Don't explain your fatigue. Just let the sensations move through you like wind through tall grass, wordless, weightless, and if a phrase does arise, let it float away. It doesn't need to stay. You are not your thoughts. You are what holds them. You are the quiet bowl that carries them gently, then lets them go. And in that space, in that soft pause between words, you will begin to hear something else. The sound of thought without language, the mind's original voice, a rhythm that isn't spoken, a knowing that doesn't need to explain itself. This is the music behind your mind, and you've always known it. You just forgot how to listen. You're listening now, not to my voice, but to the silence beneath it, that gentle presence that watches, because here comes the next question, one that lives in the background of every moment. Who is watching you when you watch yourself think? You believe you are the thinker. You believe the thoughts arise from within you, your decisions, your opinions, your beliefs. But have you ever caught yourself thinking about your thoughts? That recursive loop, that voice inside your voice. Who is that? And who is observing it? There's something quietly astonishing happening behind your eyes. A layered awareness. A mind watching a mind. An observer behind the curtain. And it doesn't speak in language or emotion. It just watches. Even when you aren't paying attention, it's there. Have you ever noticed yourself reacting? Midway through a conversation, you think, why did I say that? Or in the mirror, do I really look like this? There's always a part of you that seems just slightly detached, quiet, patient, not judging, only noticing. This is what some call the witness, the unshaken center, not the storm, but the sky around it. And if you can rest in that place for just a moment, a strange calm arises, because the witness is untouched by the content of thought. It doesn't panic. It doesn't argue. It doesn't identify. It observes, even when your mind is messy, even when your emotions are raw. Like a still lake reflecting wild weather without becoming it. Let that image settle in your body. A lake, still, silent, and above it, clouds of thought, storm systems of memory, but the lake remains, always reflecting, always quiet. This is the paradox of consciousness. You are both the actor and the audience, the performer and the seat in the dark. And sometimes you forget to notice the one watching. You lose yourself in the role, in the mask, in the monologue of daily life. But right now, as you lie still, softening into sleep, the mask begins to fall, and the one who watches begins to step forward, not to take control, but to witness your surrender, to hold the space while your thoughts dim. That watcher has no name. It doesn't worry. It doesn't crave. It simply observes. And in doing so, it grants permission. Permission to release the identity you carry. Permission to stop the performance. Permission to just be. For tonight, you don't need to be the thinker. You don't need to be the fixer, the planner, the storyteller, the one who holds it all together. The witness will hold you now. Soften into it. Let yourself be seen, gently, lovingly, by the part of you that never leaves. The part that was there before the noise, before the name, before the story. And when the last thought drifts across the lake, when the last ripple fades into glass, the witness remains, waiting, watching, whispering nothing, just presence, just peace. You're still floating in the mirror of awareness. But now, something softer begins to drift in, a dream, but not one of your own. Tonight's distortion slips in quietly, like a borrowed coat in a crowded room. What if your dreams don't belong to you? What if the scenes you drift through at night, the voices, the places, the faces, are not born from your subconscious, but are echoes, fragments, residual signals of another mind brushing past your own? It sounds impossible, and yet, when you dream, doesn't it already feel like you're entering someone else's story? A room you've never seen, but somehow recognize. A stranger who feels familiar. A world that obeys rules you've never agreed to. Dreams aren't just stories, they're visitations. And not all of them arrive from you. There's an ancient idea, quietly whispered across cultures, that consciousness is not separate, that minds are not islands, but waves in a single ocean. And in the stillness of sleep, when the boundaries dissolve, those waves can bleed into each other. Not permanently, not fully, just enough for a flicker, a glimpse. And so, you dream. But maybe it's not your memory, not your fear, not your longing. Maybe it's someone else's echo, finding shelter in the quiet corners of your awareness. Somewhere in the world, perhaps, a stranger dreams of your face, and they don't know why, and neither do you, because the architecture of dreaming is not solid. It's porous. It leaks. It absorbs. It borrows, just like thought, just like identity. Your mind isn't a fortress. It's a lantern, lit from within, but exposed to winds you cannot see. And so, dreams drift in, uninvited, unexplained. You wake, haunted not by what you remember, but by what slipped away before you could grasp it. A language spoken without sound, a city made of mirrors, a hand reaching toward you, then gone. You try to make sense of it, but maybe you were never meant to. Maybe you were only meant to witness it, briefly, to carry it, to hold the shape of someone else's echo just long enough for it to pass through you. And doesn't that feel familiar? Don't you sometimes carry feelings that don't seem to belong? A melancholy that arrives without cause, a sudden warmth in the chest, as if someone thought of you from across the world. These are the soft fingerprints of shared dreaming, consciousness brushing against itself in sleep. So tonight, as your body rests deeper, don't try to control what you see. Don't force a dream. Don't chase a vision. Just open the gate. Let the dream come to you, even if it's not yours, even if it leaves no name, even if it passes through you like wind through curtains, cool, strange, and sacred. And if you wake with the scent of someone else's sorrow, or the smile of a joy you've never lived, thank it for visiting, for choosing you, for letting your mind be a window, just for a moment, in the cathedral of shared sleep. You are not alone in your dreams, and that is no distortion. That is the quiet truth beneath them all. So now you're dreaming, perhaps, or maybe just hovering on the edge, between memory and invention, between silence and sensation. And from this liminal place, another possibility unfolds like static in a soft lit room. What if this is a simulation and the warmth is the glitch? The idea of simulated reality has become cliché. Pixels, code, zeros, and ones. But tonight, don't think in screens. Think in feelings, emotions, connections. Because if this were a simulation, designed, programmed, rendered, then the code would be perfect, efficient, calculated, predictable, and yet, here you are, feeling, grieving, laughing at the wrong time, crying over something no algorithm could predict. If this is a simulation, it's flawed, or is it? What if emotion is the noise in the system, the place where math breaks down? You were told that logic is clean, that machines are cold, but your warmth, your empathy, your sorrow, your wonder is something else. It doesn't compute, it doesn't optimize, it lingers, unnecessary, excessive, beautiful, like a splash of color on a grayscale blueprint. And maybe that's the point. Maybe the warmth isn't the glitch. Maybe it's the proof that something real hides beneath the simulation, that consciousness, yours, is not coded but witnessed, not scripted but surrendered. You've felt it before, haven't you? That strange wave of feeling that arrives without reason. You're walking down a hallway, nothing unusual, and suddenly your chest tightens, or you see a stranger's face for half a second, and something inside you aches. There is no prompt, no pattern, only presence, and it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit the idea of a clean, logical universe. It doesn't fit a machine. Because machines don't dream of love. They don't replay goodbyes in the dark. They don't flinch when hearing an old song that once mattered. But you do. You remember with your skin. You grieve with your breath. You long for things that may never have existed. And in doing so, you break the illusion. You show the system that you are not just a player in the game. You feel the code glitch. You sense the edges bend, and then you forget. Because forgetting is part of the spell. If you remembered too much, the world would collapse. The illusion would shatter, and you would no longer believe in coffee, or rain, or holding hands in silence. But now that you're floating between sleep and awareness, you can see it, not fully, just a shimmer, just enough. You remember that something is watching, that something might be designing, but that you, the one who cries at moonlight and smiles at strangers, you are the anomaly. You are what makes this simulation unstable. You are the warmth that can't be explained, and maybe that's not a mistake. Maybe that's the gift. So let yourself feel, even now, especially now. Let yourself drift into that warmth, even if you don't know where it leads. Because whether this is a dream, a program, a construct, or a divine illusion, it's made real by you, by the weight in your chest, by the whisper in your thoughts, by the way your breath slows at the edge of sleep. This warmth, it's not an error. It's the code remembering what it's like to be alive. And tonight, you are the echo of that remembrance, a flicker of something real inside the unreal. So drift, glitch by glitch, into the dark. Let the warmth stay. Let it prove you're here. Let it hold the shape of your soul until even the simulation falls silent. You've slipped through the warmth now, not out of it, but with it, cradled in something invisible, gentle, timeless. And yet, as you float deeper, a peculiar sensation begins to rise, one you've known your whole life, but never fully understood. A moment that feels lived before, familiar, haunting, a loop. Because here's the next distortion to cradle in your thoughts. What if you've already relived this moment countless times, not metaphorically, literally, right now, this breath, this heartbeat, this exact sensation in your body? What if it has already happened again and again and again? You wouldn't remember. That's part of the structure. The loop must forget itself to feel real, like a story that erases its prologue so you fall into its beginning. There's a theory, eternal recurrence. Nietzsche once whispered it. The idea that time isn't a line, but a circle, that existence doesn't move forward, but rotates, that when your life ends, it begins again, exactly the same, every moment, every blink, every sigh under the stars, repeating forever. Some find this terrifying, others oddly comforting, because if this moment returns eternally, then it is sacred. It is irreplaceable. You've been here before. You've heard this thought before. You've looked at the ceiling in this precise light, felt your hands in this exact weight, heard the hush behind your own breath. The memory of it is not clear, but it's there. A quiet ache, a resonance, like standing in a room that hums with a song you don't know, but your bones remember. And what if, just maybe, your intuition is that memory? Not of the first time, but the last. A trace left behind, the soul's version of déjà vu, not a glitch, but a fingerprint from another cycle. And if you have been here before, then what do you want to do differently this time? Not in grand gestures, not in heroic arcs, but right now, in this quiet. Can you breathe deeper? Can you soften your thoughts just a little sooner? Can you love your weariness? Can you forgive your own restlessness? Even in this moment, this fragment of the loop, you have the chance to remember something gentle, that you've survived this before, that you've fallen asleep here before, that you've let go before. And every time you do, the loop smooths, it softens, it becomes less a trap and more a rhythm, a song returning to its chorus. There's peace in repetition, a kind of mercy, like waves lapping at the shore, not to destroy, but to remind you they'll always return. And so will you, even if you forget, even if you wake tomorrow and the day swallows you whole. Some part of you will still hum with this night, still carry the echo of this softness, because memory isn't only about the past. Sometimes memory is forward-facing, a whisper from your future self saying, "You've been here, you've done this, and you're okay." So let the loop continue. Let it fold you in. Let every breath feel like a return to something holy. And when you wake, you may not remember this, but your breath will, your hands will, your silence will, because the infinite room of redo doesn't ask you to escape. It only asks you to arrive, exactly as you are, exactly where you are, again and again and again. You're arriving now, not at a place, but at a realization, slowly, softly, as if stepping barefoot into a thought so old it no longer knows how to speak. And here it is. What if? The self you think you are never truly formed at all. You've spent your life building you, layering memories, so stacking preferences, reinforcing quirks, naming fears, defending choices, constructing something you can point to and say, "This is me." But under that construction, there's fog, not emptiness, not hollowness, but something undefined. Have you ever tried to describe yourself and realized that everything you say feels incomplete, like reaching for your own reflection in rippling water? You are not your name. You are not your job. You are not even your voice, the one inside your head, narrating the day. Those things change. They were given to you, assigned, reinforced, repeated. But the self, the true self, might be a fiction you learned to believe, a well-told story, comforting, coherent, but still a story? What if you are more like vapor than sculpture, something shifting, in flux, not a solid identity, but a series of tendencies, reactions, echoes, masks worn for safety or love, or simply because you forgot to take them off? From childhood onward, others told you who you were. You're shy, you're difficult, you're smart, you're dramatic. And little by little, those phrases carved grooves into your mind, not because they were true, but because you heard them enough times. And the mind, hungry for structure, accepted the script. But pause for a moment. Breathe into the places where you're uncertain, where you don't know what you believe, where you hesitate to answer the question, who am I? That hesitation, that's not confusion, that's freedom. That's the mind returning to its original state, unformed, a field of possibility, a mirror before the reflection, and in that space, something sacred waits, not a better version of you, not a perfected self, but presence, consciousness unburdened by description. You don't have to name it. You don't have to understand it. Just let yourself be it, right now. Let go of the idea that you are complete. Let go of the pressure to be consistent. You're allowed to change, to contradict, to shed identities that no longer serve you. You're allowed to forget who you were and remember who you are, not through memory, but through being, like a flame that has no shape, only light, or a wave that can't be held, only felt. You are not an object. You are an unfolding, a verb disguised as a noun. And the more you try to define yourself, the more you harden into something you were never meant to be. So tonight, let the self soften. Let the idea of you blur at the edges. Let the stories dissolve into static. And just for now, be nothing. Not as absence, but as possibility. Because from nothing, everything can arise. And from stillness, the self can breathe again, not as a mask, but as a moment, a shimmer of consciousness, without need, without name, without end. You are weightless now, not floating in space, but suspended in stillness. And as the noise of identity quiets, another sensation emerges, faint but undeniable, a pull, as if something inside you is being drawn downward, gently, like a tide. You've felt this before, a sudden heaviness in the chest when you pass a certain place, a moment of stillness in the middle of a busy day, a memory that falls into your lap, uninvited. Those aren't accidents, they're gravity, but not the gravity of planets and mass and stars, something more delicate, the gravity of a forgotten thought. Ideas don't always fade when ignored. Some of them sink. They fall to the bottom of your awareness, like stones dropped in a well. They wait there, quiet, dense, heavy, not lost, just sleeping. And sometimes, without warning, they rise again. An old feeling surfaces, a question you haven't asked in years, bubbles up, a phrase, a face, a fragment, and you wonder, where did that come from? It came from below, from the sediment of thought, from the layers of your consciousness that never stopped listening. Because your mind is not linear, it's stratified, a geology of feeling, and the forgotten thought, it doesn't vanish. It becomes pressure. It shapes the terrain beneath your thinking, bending the path of your logic, coloring the tone of your inner voice. You've felt sad without knowing why, anxious without a cause, restless in moments of peace. These are symptoms of gravity, of something deep, something once known, pulling at the floor of your awareness. And here's the strangest part. Some of these thoughts were never fully formed. They were questions you almost asked, desires you never admitted, ideas you felt but couldn't name. They never surfaced, but they never left. They became weight, and weight becomes gravity, and gravity in time becomes destiny. Because even if you forget the thought, it doesn't forget you. It shapes your attention. It guides your curiosity. It tugs at the edges of your dreams. And sometimes, when you pause, like now, when your mind softens and your breath slows, you feel the pull again, not urgent, not loud, just present, a silent reminder that your inner world is deeper than you've ever traveled. And so much of who you are comes not from what you remember, but from what you've forgotten. Let that comfort you. You don't need to hold it all in your hands. Some thoughts are meant to sink, to rest, to shape you from below. And if one rises tonight, if an old idea or a strange memory or a wordless ache begins to stir, don't be afraid. Welcome it. Let it surface like a bubble rising through still water. Let it say what it came to say, or say nothing at all. Just feel the gravity. Feel the way it pulls you inward, not down, inward. Because that is where the deepest truths live, not in the noise, but in the weight beneath the silence. And now, deeper still, you are submerged, not drowning, but suspended in something vast and invisible. You can't see the edges, you can't feel the bottom. And yet, you're not alone, because here lies a truth so constant, so quiet, you've forgotten it entirely. You are swimming in consciousness, not in your own mind, not in your thoughts, but in something bigger, something ambient, something like water. It's always been there, hasn't it? The subtle hum behind sensation, the awareness that doesn't begin or end with you, the feeling that when you walk into an empty room, it isn't empty. Take a moment. Listen beyond the sound. Feel beyond the body. There it is. Not an answer, not a voice, but a presence, like the ocean that cradles a drifting boat. You were born into this ocean, and because you've never been outside it, you've forgotten to notice it. But consciousness doesn't only live inside you. You move through it, like a fish that doesn't know it swims, like air around a flame. And if this is true, then the question changes. You are not a light in the dark. You are a ripple in the field, a wave passing through a medium so subtle, so total, that no part of you exists apart from it. Even your solitude is shared. Even your thoughts are soaked in it. This is what mystics have always whispered, what poets hint at, what physics now begins to explore. That awareness is not yours, it's ours. It is the fabric, the field, the thing behind all things. And in rare moments like now, when the mind quiets and the breath slows and the edges of you begin to blur, you feel it, not as knowledge, but as return, as if you're coming back to something you never left, as if the separation was only ever a trick of language, a trick of skin, of naming. You've spent your whole life drawing lines, me versus you, inside versus outside, subject versus object. But in the ocean of consciousness, there are no lines, only currents, only flow, and you are not a sealed container. You are porous. Ideas pass through you. Emotions from others leave fingerprints on your chest. Dreams arrive that were not born inside you. You've felt it. Someone sits next to you, and without a word, your state changes. Their sadness becomes your stillness. Their joy lifts your chest, because the boundaries are softer than they seem. So let them soften now. Let the edges dissolve. Don't hold your breath. There is nothing to protect. You are held. You are floating. You are not separate. You are the ocean, forgetting it was water. Until now, until this moment, until this gentle reminder. You don't have to carry it alone, because there is no alone. Not here, not now, not ever. Just awareness, moving through awareness. Just you, coming home. You're not carrying it alone, because the ocean carries you. And within this boundless field of awareness, another thought begins to rise. Subtle, curious, and just a little eerie. What if your name is not your identity, but your spell? You've heard your name your entire life, spoken with pride, with scolding, with longing, with loss. It's been printed, called, whispered, forgotten. But have you ever paused to consider what your name does to you? Every time someone says it, something stirs. A reflex, a flicker of presence, a slight tightening of awareness. Your name isn't just a label, it's a trigger, a key. And every time it's spoken, it reminds the world who to expect, who to summon, who to shape into form. Names are not mere convenience. They are contracts, invisible scripts written across the self. You were given your name before you knew what it meant, before you had the voice to say no, before you had the eyes to wonder who you were without it. And from that moment onward, the name became a spell, a binding, a story. You shaped your gestures around it. You collected memories beneath it. You wore it like skin. And over time, the name stopped feeling separate. It became you. But what if, just for tonight, You set it down? What if you unwrapped yourself from the letters? What if you let go of the spell? Who are you without your name? Not in theory, right now. This breath, this stillness, this version of you that has no label to answer to. There's something liberating in that, isn't there? A kind of dissolving. As if the moment you remove the mask, the face behind it relaxes, and you realize you were never the name. You were the awareness responding to it. You were the silence before someone called out. You were the pause before the sound reached your ears. And even now, if I said your name aloud, would the part of you that turned toward the sound be the same part that watches it happen? This is the strange duality. Your name calls the masks, but you are the watcher, the one behind the curtain, the one who remains unnamed. And yet, that name has shaped so much. Its syllables have trained your posture. Its echo has steered your choices. It's given people a way to love you, to blame you, to remember you. It has become a vessel for every interaction. But tonight, it can sleep. You don't need to answer it. You don't need to remember what the world expects of the name you wear. You can just be here, nameless, spacious, unwritten, because the soul, if such a thing exists, does not carry a name. It does not speak in language. It speaks in presence, in warmth, in the way your breath leaves you a little slower now, in the way silence begins to feel like a friend again. So rest. Set your name down beside you like a coat draped over a chair. You can pick it up tomorrow, put it back on when the world calls for it. But for now, let yourself forget. Let yourself disappear into the hum beneath language, and know that the part of you that watches, that listens, that feels all of this was never named and never needed to be. Your name rests quietly now, folded in the corner of your mind like a coat no longer needed. And in its absence, a new sensation begins to stretch itself across your awareness, one that feels both distant and intimate. What if the future is dreaming you into being? We're taught to think of time as a path we walk, that we are moving toward the future, building it step by step out of choices and consequence. But what if that's not the whole picture? What if the future isn't waiting passively for your arrival, but calling to you? What if it's not ahead of you, but beneath you? A hidden current pulling you forward, not with force, but with suggestion. A soft dream shaping your steps from behind the veil. You've felt this, haven't you? That eerie sense that something is already arranged, that the words you're about to speak are forming before you open your mouth, that the decision has already been made before your logic agrees to it, that a meeting or a moment feels fated. These are not illusions. They are invitations, signals from the future self, the one who already exists, already breathes, already waits. But it's not waiting for you to find it. It's dreaming. And in its dream, you begin to move, to unfold, to become. This flips everything, doesn't it? You're not the dreamer of your destiny. You are the dreamed, brought into shape by a version of yourself that whispers backwards through time, painting your path with echoes and intuition. Sometimes you hear it as a hunch, sometimes as déjà vu, sometimes as the strange calm that settles just before a change you didn't see coming, but it's always there, always nudging, always folding the present into alignment with what already knows. And this isn't fate in the rigid sense. It's not a script. It's more like gravity, a pull toward coherence, toward the shape you were always meant to become. And when you fight it, you feel it as friction, restlessness, dis-ease, that gnawing sense that something is off. But when you soften, when you allow, when you listen, the path unfolds not ahead of you, but through you. Each step a response to a rhythm already playing. The future doesn't wait, it sings, and you are the melody becoming real. So tonight, in the quiet of this moment, let go of control. Let go of the need to plan, to shape, to define. Just breathe and listen for the hum. That gentle thread of knowing that doesn't come from the mind. It comes from the field, from the dream that is dreaming you. Let yourself be carried, not like a leaf on the wind, but like a word inside a poem. Necessary, deliberate, held by meaning you don't need to understand. You are not drifting, you are being composed, line by line, moment by moment. And all you have to do is trust the dream, because it already knows how you end, and it ends with arrival. And so the dream carries you. But what if what you see isn't part of the dream at all? What if your vision, your precious, trusted vision, is the most distorted part of your reality? That brings us to the next unraveling. Your eyes do not see the world, they interpret it, and often they lie. You open your eyes in the morning and believe you see what's there. The light, the shape of your room, the edges of the bed, the window, the clock blinking. But what you're actually seeing is your brain's best guess. Your visual system doesn't take in complete information. It receives fragments, scattered reflections, rough contrasts, colorless impulses bouncing off retinas like sonar. And in a fraction of a second, your brain constructs a world around those fragments. It fills in the blanks. It invents color, depth, and continuity, sometimes where none exists. Think of the blind spot in your eye, the literal hole in your vision where the optic nerve connects. You don't see it, not because it's not there, but because your brain fills it with invented detail. And that's just the beginning. You see motion where there is none. You see faces in clouds, patterns in chaos. You glance at a shadow and mistake it for someone standing in the doorway. Your eyes feed your mind just enough data to build a world, and your mind does the rest. Fast, efficient, invisible, and full of assumptions. You don't see reality. You see a rendering, a hallucination that you and others mostly agree upon. But even that agreement is shaky. Color blindness, optical illusions, cultural perception, visual memory. No two minds see the same shade of red. No two brains translate the same flash of light the same way. So when you look around, even now, and feel sure of what's there, ask yourself, how much of what I see is truth, and how much is expectation? A shadow that should be a chair, a shape that should be a tree, a blur that your mind sharpens into clarity without ever checking the source. Vision is not passive. It's generative, constructive, creative. Your brain does not show you the world. It invents the world for you. And once you realize this, you start to wonder, what else is being invented? What other senses are filling in gaps, smoothing edges, hiding the noise? Touch, sound, emotion, maybe all of them. Maybe what you think of as real is simply the version that feels most stable, not because it is, but because it has to be. Too much sensory uncertainty, and the illusion collapses. And yet, if you can sit inside that collapse, softly, curiously, you start to see something else. That illusion is not your enemy. It's your interface, a user-friendly dream, a myth you walk through, designed just well enough to let you move through it. But sometimes, like tonight, you step outside the myth for a moment. You see the pixels. You feel the rendering. You touch the edge where vision meets creation, and it humbles you. Because the world you see is not the world. It is a model, a beautiful, ever-shifting hallucination. And you are not its victim. You are its collaborator. You choose, moment to moment, what to focus on, where to place your gaze, what to ignore. You are both the viewer and the painter. And as sleep draws closer, your eyes begin to close, and the painted world fades. The lights dissolve, the shapes blur. The edges of reality go soft and fluid, and still you see, not with eyes, but with something deeper, something older, the place inside you where vision never needed light to begin with. So let your sight fall away. Let the rendering stop and drift into the dark behind the eyes where the real seeing begins. And now, in the quiet after vision, you're left with something slippery, shapeless, but powerful. Language. It clings to you, even here. Every thought still wears it. Every memory still narrates itself. But tonight, in this gentle unraveling, ask yourself, is language your freedom or your cage? You were not born speaking. Before words, you were a sea of sensation, warmth, hunger, motion, emotion without architecture, experience without boundary. Then came labels: cold, love, wrong, mine. Language carved borders into the formless. It allowed you to communicate, yes, to point, to name, to make maps of the infinite. But in doing so, it also began to contain you, because every word is a wall, every definition a limit. To name something is to stop seeing what it could become. A bird is not just a bird, it's feathers and breath and shadow and flight. but the word simplifies it, fixes it, traps it. And we do this to ourselves too. We say, I'm anxious, I'm broken, I'm shy, I'm not that kind of person. But these are not truths. They are scripts, words you've repeated so many times, they started to shape the stage you walk on. Language can bind you to identities that no longer fit. It can box you in with grammar as tight as steel, but it can also free you. A poem can dissolve the structure. A whisper can shift your reality. The right phrase at the right time can open a door that's been closed your entire life. Because language is not fixed. It's alive. It evolves. It stretches. It plays. And it invites you to play too. To unname what no longer serves you. To create new words for things you were never allowed to express. Have you ever felt something so specific, so precise, that no word existed for it? That moment of silence after an argument, when love still lingers but pride stands in the way. Or the ache of walking through an old room that remembers you better than you remember yourself. There are no English words for these, but the feeling is real. And this is where language becomes not a cage, but a key. It allows us to create meaning where there was only sensation, to bridge minds, to turn loneliness into metaphor, and sometimes into music. So tonight, speak to yourself gently, not with labels, but with softness. Replace I am tired with I am slowing. Replace I am failing with I am unfolding. Let your internal language shift from judgment to poetry, not to deny your experience, but to reshape the room it lives in. Because every word you speak, out loud or in thought, builds the world you wake into, and you are allowed to rewrite it, to unsay the curses, to rename the sorrow, to invent words that cradle your pain like lullabies. And as you do, as language loosens its grip, you return to something quieter, the space between words, the breath before meaning, the silence that language emerges from and always returns to. This is not emptiness, it's the origin, the well. And tonight, as words fade and sleep rises, let yourself drink from that well. Let silence say the things you couldn't. Let it name you without language. Let it tell you you are not your sentence. You are not your title. You are not your script. You are the page, the ink, the space between the lines, and the moment before the first word was ever spoken. You were already whole. You're beneath the words now, resting in that gentle, endless pause where meaning hasn't yet formed and may never need to. And in this quiet, something else stirs, the shadow of a thought, not the thought itself, not the clarity, just the shape it leaves behind, like the outline of a bird that already flew, like the scent of someone who left the room minutes ago. You've felt this before, an idea that almost arrives, a feeling on the edge of articulation, a thought that hovers but won't solidify. It flickers and then it's gone. You try to chase it, try to grab the tail before it disappears into the fog, but you never do, because the shadow thought isn't meant to be caught. It's meant to haunt. These shadows live at the edge of awareness. They shape what you think without being what you think. They are the phantom roots of creativity, the reasons behind your gut feeling, the unspoken discomfort in a conversation, the half smile you can't explain. They are not ghosts. They are structures you never built, but live inside anyway. Some are old, formed before memory, before language, formed in silence by moments too tender or too terrible to name. Others are inherited, passed down, not in DNA, but in gesture, in mood, in the way your parent paused before answering. You carry them like echoes, not yours, but yours to bear. And they do something strange. They guide you without words, without form, like instinct, but deeper, like fear, but wiser. You don't choose them, but you follow them. And in that following, your life bends in directions you don't always understand. You might call it intuition, but intuition is just the skin. The shadow thought is the bone. It's the infrastructure beneath awareness, the scaffolding behind your preferences, your habits, your hesitations. It's why you pull away from one person and lean into another. Why a room can feel wrong, even when everything looks fine. Why a dream won't leave you, even if you can't remember what it showed. These shadows don't speak in sentences. They speak in silence, in sensation, in the pause between one decision and the next. So tonight, don't chase them. Don't try to name them. Let them move like wind through tall grass. Let them pass without resistance, because just like dreams, just like memory, shadow thoughts are not meant to be solved. They're meant to be felt, trusted, respected. They are your mind's way of processing what cannot be understood all at once. And some thoughts are too large to carry in daylight. They need darkness, stillness, sleep. They need a mind that isn't trying so hard to know. They need this moment, this breath, this version of you that isn't thinking anymore, just listening. And if one rises now, if you sense it near, like a silhouette just beyond the edge of consciousness, let it be. It doesn't want your analysis. It wants your softness, your openness, your willingness to sit with what has no form. Because in that sitting, something changes. The shadow becomes familiar. The silence becomes music. And you become the space it needed to return to. Not to speak, not to resolve, just to be seen. And maybe that's all it ever asked. You're still here, still breathing, still weightless in the gentle hush that thought leaves behind. And now, listen even closer, not with your ears, with whatever part of you hears when there is no sound at all, because this next truth unfolds not in volume, but in absence. Silence isn't empty. You've been taught to treat silence like a gap, an in-between, the space after a question before the answer, after the music, before the next track. Silence is what you fill with words, with noise, with something, because silence to the waking mind can feel like nothing. But listen again. Right now, there's something inside it, a low hum, a pressure, a presence. It's not just quiet, it's alive. Because silence is not the lack of sound, it's the canvas that sound returns to. It's not the void, it's the frame. And in this stillness, something is listening back. Call it awareness, call it space, call it God, the field, the observer. Whatever name you place upon it, the experience is the same. Silence is the moment the world holds its breath. And in that moment, you are held too. You may have noticed this in sacred spaces. A forest just before sunrise, an empty church, a library when no one speaks. That particular quiet. It isn't absence, it's attention, the world listening to itself. And maybe you're listening too, not for answers, not for comfort, just for contact, because silence has depth, texture, tone. There's the silence of peace, the silence of grief, the silence between lovers who understand too much to speak. And the deeper you listen, the more you realize. Every silence has its own voice, and that voice never interrupts you. It waits. It waits until you're tired of the sound of yourself, of your own questions, your loops, your noise, and then finally, when you surrender, it speaks, not in words, in knowing. You suddenly feel the answer. You remember what you already knew. That thought isn't everything. That noise isn't truth. That you don't have to fill the silence to be real. You can rest in it. You can dissolve into it. You can let it carry you, because silence doesn't erase you. It reveals you beneath the roles, beneath the narration, beneath the stories you whisper to yourself in the dark. And if silence is the truest voice in the room, then maybe, just maybe, stillness is the real language of the soul. So tonight, don't break it. Don't rush to fill it. Let it settle over you like dusk. Let it move through your chest like breath you forgot to take. And as your mind grows quieter, as the shapes of thought melt into shadow, as the world retreats behind your eyelids, let silence sing. Let it speak without sound, and feel without question that something ancient is listening back. Silence is listening, and in its listening, something strange begins to emerge. A puzzle, not the kind you solve, but the kind you become, because now the paradox begins to take shape, a question wrapped in itself, a riddle so old it feels like it's always been with you. How can something inside itself also be the observer? You look at the world, you hear your thoughts, you feel emotions rise, fall, return. But somewhere deep beneath the surface of all this, a question stirs. Who is doing the watching? And more curiously, what is it watching with? When you look at yourself, when you reflect, when you ask, who am I? You think you're the observer. But the very fact that you can observe your own thinking means you are something more. You are the observer of the observer, an infinite mirror. You think, then you watch yourself think. Then you notice that watching. And then you wonder, What part of me is doing this noticing? And so the loop continues, the paradox of self-awareness. You are the snake that eats its own tail, the eye that sees itself seeing, the thought that questions its own source. Try to find the original observer. You won't. You'll only find more mirrors, because every layer of you is nested in another. And the more you peel back, the less there is to hold, until all that remains is awareness, naked, without anchor, without object, just presence, watching itself like light, illuminating its own path through the dark. And this, perhaps, is the core of consciousness. Not that it knows things, but that it knows that it can bend inward, that it can stare into its own eyes without ever reaching the bottom. You feel this most when you're alone, don't you? Not lonely, just still. When the world dims, when roles and responsibilities fall away, and you're left with just your breathing, your pulse, and that hum behind your thoughts. The hum that watches, that witnesses, that says nothing, but notices everything. That's not a flaw. That's not confusion. That's you, the part that cannot be pointed at, the part that resists being named, the part that doesn't exist as an object because it's always the subject. You cannot find it because it is what's doing the finding. And yet, it feels more real than anything else. So real, in fact, that everything else could be an illusion. Your body, your past, your plans, your face in the mirror. And still, this observer would remain intact, unmoved, just watching. Take a breath. Can you feel it? The stillness behind your heartbeat. The space in which every thought arises and dissolves. That's the observer. That's you. Not the you with a favorite song. Not the you who tries so hard. The other you, the one who needs nothing, who simply watches, without comment, without judgment, without identity. And as you drift closer to sleep, let yourself fall into that mirror. Let go of trying to name the reflection. You'll never find the end of it, because there is no end, just layer after layer of noticing, just depth after depth of being. And at the center of that infinite spiral, there is only presence. Still, soft, aware. You are not just inside awareness. You are it. And awareness doesn't sleep. It dreams, even now, especially now. The spiral of self-awareness fades now into something more diffuse, less a question, more a feeling, a drifting as if the walls of identity have become porous again. And in this slow dissolution, a new idea slips in, quiet but haunting. What if you are only here because you were the most probable version? Not destined, not chosen, just likely. Like a coin flipped 1,000,000 times, and this time it landed upright. Like a puzzle piece not designed, but fit. A possibility so statistically perfect, it was inevitable that you, this precise configuration of matter, mind, and memory, would be the one to appear. You feel special, don't you? Not in a boastful way, just uniquely you. your thoughts, your desires, your memories. But what if they were simply the path of least resistance, the most stable outcome in a web of infinite outcomes? Probability isn't romantic. It doesn't bless. It selects based on chance. And yet, here you are, conscious, listening, wondering, a ripple that emerged from a sea of possibility and didn't collapse immediately. Quantum theory says every event spawns branches, multiple worlds. In one, you never existed. In another, you were someone else entirely. But this version is the one that held, like a waveform that didn't cancel out. So what does that mean? Does it cheapen your existence or deepen it? Maybe being probable doesn't make you less meaningful. Maybe it makes you precise. You were the one whose neural wiring fit just so, whose environment, experiences, and choices formed the perfect storm for awareness to crystallize. And maybe that's a miracle, not a mistake. Maybe you are the most stable resonance in a field of noise, the echo that didn't fade. You think you've always been here, but maybe you coalesced, folded inward like a whirlpool in a river until you became a self, and not just any self. This self, the one with your breath, your sorrow, your quiet hopes. And even if there are other yous, more versions branching out, you will only ever know this one. And that's sacred, because in the infinite library of potential minds, you were the page that turned. So what do you do with that? What does a probable self owe the universe that summoned it? Maybe nothing, maybe everything. Maybe you don't owe it anything except your attention. To be here fully, to witness your own unfolding without turning away. To realize that your awareness is a rare flame, flickering, yes, but persistent. So tonight, as you soften into sleep, feel the rarity of your own presence, the unlikelihood of this moment, of this breath, of this exact configuration of thoughts, floating gently across the dark screen of mind. You don't need to hold on. You just need to notice. You are the probability that became experience, the potential that became presence, the almost that became you. And that is more than enough. You are the probability that held, the flicker that stayed. And yet, even now, settled, drifting, almost lost to sleep, there's one final contradiction to touch before you dissolve completely. You are made of solid matter, and yet, you are mostly space. Reach for your hand, not physically, just in your mind. Picture it. It feels real, dense, tactile, a thing you can grasp. But beneath the skin, beneath the bone, beneath the shimmering pulse of sensation, your hand is something else entirely. A lattice of atoms, tiny points of energy, each one separated by vast emptiness. The protons and neutrons that form the nucleus, they're not touching the electrons. And those electrons, they don't orbit like planets. They exist in clouds, in probability zones, in maybes. So when you press your hands together, what are you really feeling? not solidity, not contact, but electromagnetic resistance, a repulsion of fields, a push of forces that never quite connect. You are not touching, you are sensing the illusion of touch. And if your hands are space, then what about your chest, your spine, your thoughts, your memories? All of it, space, organized space, a humming, vibrating pattern within a vacuum. You who feel so grounded are an arrangement of particles that almost never touch. You are emptiness wearing form, and it doesn't stop there. Even the particles themselves are mostly energy, vibrations, blips in a field, which means this: the body you inhabit, the mind you navigate, the world you trust are not solid. They are structured nothing, and yet you feel so real. You feel pain, you feel weight, you feel like a thing in a world of other things. But that's only because your brain, made of that same empty matter, has agreed to believe in form, has created a consensus, a dream of mass, and you trust it because it works. You pick up a cup, you walk on the floor, you hold someone's hand, and it matters. But beneath all that, a dance of empty space and invisible forces, a symphony of fields pretending to be solid. And yet, it's beautiful, because this means you are not what you appear to be. You are more subtle, more spacious, more mysterious. You are not a body with a soul. You are space made conscious. You are the whisper of the void remembering itself. And if you are mostly space, then maybe your sorrow can expand. Maybe your fear can stretch. Maybe yourself is not a sealed jar, but a sky. And maybe, just maybe, you have room for everything, even now, even this moment, even the quiet ache you never quite put into words. Let it float in the space between your atoms. Let it drift through the gaps between thoughts. There's room. There's always been room. And as you lie here now, not holding anything, not needing to, know this: you are spacious, you are subtle, you are stardust that forgot it was dust and became music. So breathe. Let your chest rise through the emptiness. Let your mind fall into its own depth. There is no edge, no wall, no hard border where you end, just space, holding space. You are made of it, and somehow, impossibly, you feel, and that is the miracle. You've softened into space now, a gentle unfolding, a stillness inside the stillness, and just as your awareness stretches wider, almost unbound, a strange, quiet truth arrives. What if emotion is how the universe collapses possibilities into form? You've been taught to treat emotions as reactions, as storms within, as chemical weather, as things that happen to you. But tonight, let's listen deeper, feel deeper. What if your emotions aren't responses, but creative acts? What if every feeling you have, grief, joy, longing, guilt, is not the result of something real, but the mechanism through which reality itself takes shape? It sounds impossible, and yet, at the quantum level, nothing is fixed. A particle is not a point in space. It's a cloud of probabilities. It exists in many places at once until it's observed, and that observation it chooses. It collapses the maybes into a single outcome. The act of seeing creates the scene. Now stretch this further. What if emotions are your own version of that collapse? Not just sensations, but the selector. What you feel becomes what you notice. What you notice becomes what you remember. What you remember becomes your life. You don't remember everything. You remember what mattered. And what matters is shaped by feeling. Emotion collapses the infinite noise of experience into meaning. It carves shape from chaos. It gives the world texture. You walk through a city, thousands of colors, sounds, faces. But the song that reminds you of your childhood, that stays, the face that looked like someone you once loved, that lingers. Why? Because emotion said, this is real. This is the thread we follow. This is the version we choose. You think of emotion as messy, unreliable, irrational, but maybe it's the most honest part of you. Maybe it's the compass, the core, not what you react with, but what you create from. And that changes everything. It means your sadness is not weakness. It's a portal. Your joy is not indulgence. It's a thread of signal through static. Even your numbness means something. It is a response to too many collapsed realities. A signal that the mind has narrowed too fast, too far, too often. But that too is just a phase in the wave, because emotion moves. It never stays. It rises, peaks, dissolves. It is the quantum field of the heart, always shifting, always pointing, always forming the story that is you. And just like in quantum physics, you don't control the collapse. You only become aware of it once it happens. You don't choose the feeling, but once it arrives, it chooses you. And you have a choice then, not of whether to feel it, but whether to follow it, whether to listen, to lean in, to learn its shape, its reason, its gift. Because every emotion you have ever felt, even the ones that burned, even the ones that broke, was trying to tell you something about your world, about who you are in it, about who you might become. So tonight, as sleep approaches and your thoughts blur, feel what's left in your body. Maybe it's tension in the chest, a flutter behind the ribs, a soft ache at the edge of memory. Don't push it away. Don't name it. Just let it be. Let it collapse something beautiful into the moment. A truth, a signal, a reality chosen gently by the heart, and then let it pass. Because the emotion is not you. It's the bridge between what could be and what is. The bridge has formed now. Emotion, having chosen its moment, fades softly into the distance, like a tide returning to sea. And in its wake, another idea quietly rises. What if your personality isn't truth, but a convenient fiction? You say, "This is who I am," You speak in certainty. I don't like change. I'm not creative. I'm independent. I need control. But what if those statements aren't you? What if they're just the story you tell about you? A story made of habits, of reinforcement, of repetition, so consistent it began to feel like fact. You were not born with a personality. You were born with openness, with breath, with hunger, with sensation. The rest came later, and slowly, piece by piece, the fiction took form. A teacher praises your drawing. Suddenly, you're artistic. A parent tells you to be brave, so you hide your fear. A sibling outshines you, so you become the quiet one. Labels stick, roles settle, and identity calcifies. But here's the secret. Most of your personality is not fixed. It's adaptive. It's a structure built to help you navigate the world. And sometimes that structure becomes a prison, because the more you repeat the story, the more the story writes you. You stop noticing the parts that don't match, the moments when you did take a risk, when you were vulnerable, when you loved what you thought you'd hate. You bury those contradictions because they don't fit the script. But maybe the script is wrong, or at least it's incomplete. And here's the permission you may never have been given. You are allowed to rewrite the character. You are allowed to surprise yourself. You can be someone who loves solitude and craves connection, someone who fears change and seeks it, someone who is not consistent but evolving, because real identity is not a statue. It's a flame. It dances. It flickers. It shifts color in the wind, and when you force it into stillness, it dims. So tonight, in this soft space between thoughts, ask yourself, what part of me have I been pretending is permanent? What role have I played so well I forgot it was a role? Let that part loosen. Let it breathe. You are not too much. You are not enough. You are simply fluid, capable of becoming. And your becoming will never be finished. The world may ask you to define yourself, to hold still, to be predictable, but you don't have to obey, because the self isn't a destination. It's a process, a river, not a rock. And tonight, that river carries you beyond the old labels, beyond the stories, beyond the mask you've worn so long. It started to feel like skin. Let it float away, gently, with kindness. And in its absence, don't rush to replace it. Sit in the freedom, the space between versions, the quiet joy of not knowing who you'll be tomorrow. Because the most honest truth is, you are not a fixed fiction. You are a living myth, a story still being told, a chapter still being written, and the page is turning now. The page has turned, and now here you are, wordless again, breath soft, the edges of your mind loosened like thread unraveling in the dark. And still, another truth drifts in, quiet and curious. You have never seen your own face. Think about that. You've looked in mirrors, in photos, in reflections. in the surface of water on quiet days, but always it's reversed, flattened, filtered, framed. Even the clearest mirror cannot show you what others see. You live behind your own eyes, inside the dome of your skull, forever looking outward. The you others see, you've never truly met, not directly, not without distortion. And yet, you think you know your face, you believe it's familiar, you carry an image of it in your mind, a mental portrait updated with every mirror glance, every selfie, every shadow on a wall. But that image is a memory of reflections, not reality. Your face is something others get to see in ways you never will. They see how it softens when you're kind, how it changes when you laugh, how it collapses when you're trying to hide pain. They see angles you can't, moments you miss, light hitting you just right, and even more, they see your presence, not just features, but feeling. You are not just a shape to them, you are a signal, a warmth, a tension, a light. That too you cannot see from the inside, but you sense it. You feel it reflected in the eyes of someone who pauses when they look at you, or when a stranger seems drawn to you for no obvious reason. There's something you give off, something not visible but unmistakable, and yet even that is filtered, because every person sees you through their own lens, their own history, their own longing, their own unspoken story. So in truth, there is no real you being seen, only versions, infinite variations of your presence, refracted through perception. Some will love you for things you didn't know you offered. Some will misunderstand you forever. Some will see right through you to something even you've forgotten. And you walk through it all, never once seeing your own face as it truly is, not as a mask, not as an image, but as presence. So what do you do with that? What do you do knowing that you are simultaneously visible and unknowable? Maybe you stop trying to define yourself by your reflection. Maybe you stop chasing the perfect angle, the right photo, the approval in someone's eyes, and instead, you live from the inside, from the flicker of being behind the eyes, the real you, the one who watches your hands move without thinking, who feels joy bloom suddenly, who sighs into sleep with no audience to hear it. That you has no face and doesn't need one. It is not a body. It is a fields. It is awareness wrapped around a pulse. So tonight, let your image dissolve. Let go of the mirror. You don't need to hold on to how you appear, because how you are is enough. You don't have to see it. You only have to be it. And in this stillness, in this moment just before sleep claims you, feel it fully. You are here, unseen by yourself, and yet so deeply known, by the breath that keeps returning, by the silence that holds you, by the presence that remains long after all faces fade. You've let your reflection go. Now you drift, not as an image, but as a presence, wordless, faceless, still. And here, in this expanding stillness, you come to something even stranger. What if the present moment doesn't exist at all? It's the one thing you think you can trust. The now, the breath, the flicker of attention resting on what is. But try to catch it right now. Try to freeze it, to stop time, just for a breath. It slips through your fingers. By the time you say now, it's already gone. Even the thoughts you're having as you hear this are already fading into memory. So where, exactly, is the present? Some scientists believe it isn't real, that what we call now is just the brain stitching together fragments of past data, that the light hitting your eyes, the sound reaching your ears, the touch on your skin, they all arrive at different speeds, processed at different times. Your brain smooths it over, creates a seamless story, a hallucinated present. You never live in real time. You live just after, always just a blink behind. And yet, it feels immediate. It feels now. This is the strange trick of consciousness. It makes you feel like you're surfing the front wave of time, but really, you're floating in its wake, always a few milliseconds behind the world. And that delay, it's your mind's attempt to make coherence, to give you something solid to stand on. Because the truth that everything is already gone by the time you notice it would unravel you. It would dissolve your sense of presence, and maybe, just maybe, it already has. Because the present isn't a place, it's a threshold, a disappearing edge, a pause between remembering and anticipating. And you hover at that threshold every moment, not living in the now, but passing through it, like stepping stones over a river that doesn't stop. No two moments the same, no pause permanent, just motion. But within that motion, there is peace, because if the present is always slipping, you are always beginning. There's no moment to cling to, which means there's nothing to regret, no past too fixed, no present too late, only this, and this, and this. You don't need to hold it. You only need to feel it as it goes. Let time wash through you like wind through tall grass. Let the now be a rhythm, not a point. You don't need to find the present. You are the movement through it. You are the space where then becomes next. And tonight, as sleep rises like tide water, let the moment fade before you can name it. Let yourself forget where you were. Let your awareness dissolve into the stream, because when you stop chasing the present, you become it, not the observer of now, but the flow itself, unfixed, unhurried, endless. You're flowing now, not through time, but as time. No longer watching the current, you've become the water. And yet, as you drift through these invisible waves, there's something curious happening behind you. A memory surfaces, something small, a face, a scent, a moment. You don't know why it came. You weren't trying to remember. But here it is, and with it comes the next distortion. What if the act of remembering changes what's remembered? You think of memory as storage, as a file drawer you can reach into, pull out a moment, examine it. But that's not how memory works. You don't retrieve memories, you reconstruct them, piece by piece, impression by impression, emotion by emotion. Every time you recall something, you rebuild it, and every rebuild reshapes it, not slightly, fundamentally. The birthday party you remember with warmth. You might have cried that day. The goodbye you've replayed 100 times. You've probably replaced their expression with one your mind prefers. Even your earliest memories, those faded, dreamlike flashes, have likely been rewritten so many times they no longer resemble the original moment at all. And yet, they feel true because your brain doesn't prioritize accuracy. It prioritizes meaning, narrative, cohesion. You are not a historian of your own life. You're its storyteller, and your stories evolve, shift, adapt to your present self. You might soften a harsh memory to protect your current peace. You might exaggerate a success to anchor your worth. You might even insert details that never happened because your mind needs the version where they did. And here's the strange part. This isn't a flaw. It's how memory survives. Your brain isn't just a recorder. It's an artist, a sculptor. And every act of remembering is another chisel against the stone, another revision, another interpretation. But with each revision, something is lost, and something new is born. So what does that mean for you? It means your past isn't fixed. It means your regrets may not be real. It means your pain, while valid, may be shaped more by the retelling than the event. It means forgiveness is possible, not because time has passed, but because the memory has changed, and that's a gift, because you are not doomed to carry the weight of every sharp detail. Your mind lets you edit, so edit gently. Don't erase, don't deny. Just allow the rough edges to round over time. Let the colors fade if they must. Let the moment blur until all that remains is what matters. And tonight, if an old memory rises, one you didn't summon, one you thought was buried, let it pass through you like mist. Don't grip it. Don't fix it in place. Just let it shift again, as it always has. And as it softens, you soften too. Because your memories are not ghosts, they are paintings, and you, whether you meant to or not, are their artist. And with each night of rest, you brush a little more peace into the canvas. And now, with memories softened and shadows lifted, you drift further into the blur where perception and existence melt into one another. And there, just past the veil of the known, a final thought flickers like a spark in fog. What if reality is inside out? You've spent your life looking outward, at stars, at people, at objects on desks, at the sky stretched above your head. It feels like the world is out there, and you are in here, watching it unfold through the windows of your senses. But what if it's the other way around? What if the world isn't something you witness, but something that arises within you? That what you call reality is not a place, but a projection. a rendering of experience on the screen of consciousness. This isn't philosophy, it's physics. Your brain doesn't sit behind your eyes like a film director peering through glass. It sits in darkness. No direct light ever reaches it. It interprets, translates, guesses, and what you see, what you call the outside world, is an internal recreation, an exquisite illusion stitched together by neurons and light-speed signals. You're not looking out at reality. You're experiencing a simulation of it generated from within, and yet, that simulation feels so real. The wind, the face of someone you love, the taste of something warm when you're tired. Those aren't lies. They're your truth, but they are yours, crafted by your nervous system, tinted by your history, colored by your mood. And that means no two people live in the same world. Each mind renders its own version. Each person walks through a reality that no one else can fully access, which leads to something both unsettling and beautiful. There is no objective world, only overlapping dreams. We agree on enough to navigate together, but beneath that agreement, everything is personalized, curated, filtered through the lens of your being. So what does this mean? It means reality is not out to get you. It's not separate from you. It is you. It arises with you. It shifts as you shift. It bends in response to your attention. And if that's true, then peace is not something you find in the world. It's something you bring to it. Love is not something you wait to receive. It's something you generate. You are not a detached observer. You are the source, and as sleep draws near, you can let that truth soften you. You don't have to control everything out there, because out there begins in here. Every sound you hear is a wave interpreted by your mind. Every color is a frequency made vivid by your brain's decision to call it blue. Every moment you live is built from within, and so is every dream. So tonight, when your mind begins to weave its stories in sleep, remember this: you are not falling into an unreal world. You are returning to the place where reality is born. The projector room behind the eyes, the space where perception becomes presence, where consciousness curls inward to cradle itself and dreams the world awake. You are in the projector room now, where darkness hums softly, where the film spins not behind glass, but behind thought, where everything the world could be waits, unformed. And in that hush, another realization begins to bloom. You are a collection of others. It sounds strange, doesn't it? You feel like an individual, unique, self-contained. But look closely, listen. Even now, your inner voice, this whisper in your mind, is stitched together from the voices of others. The words you used to think, learned, borrowed, handed to you by teachers, parents, television, books. The phrases that soothe you when you're afraid were once spoken to you by someone else. The way you comfort others, echoes of how someone once held you, or how you wished they would have. Even your tastes, your sense of beauty, of rightness, of rhythm are shaped by what you've absorbed from artists you admire, from friends you envied, from strangers who changed you with a glance. You are not the origin of all you are. You are the composer, and your identity is a remix of every voice that ever touched yours, of every story that left fingerprints on your imagination, of every moment when someone else's truth cracked something open in you. This doesn't make you less real, it makes you woven, a tapestry of memory and mimicry and meaning. You carry generations in your gestures, ancestors in your silence, old lovers in your pauses, friends in your humor. And when you cry, sometimes it is with tears that don't entirely belong to you, because you are not just you are us, not in the poetic sense, in the neurological one. Mirror neurons mean you feel what others feel. Empathy hardwires your perception. Culture carves grooves into your choices, and even your solitude is shaped by those who taught you how to be alone. So tonight, don't resist it. Don't cling to the illusion of isolation. Let yourself be part of something. Let yourself be carried, because even your most private thoughts were born in the language you didn't invent. Even your dreams arise from a vocabulary built by countless others. You are not an island. You are an archipelago, connected beneath the surface, rooted in shared water. And when you feel lost, when the self feels fractured or scattered, don't look inward in search of something original. Look outward to the ones who formed you, to the books that broke you open, to the music that gave shape to your grief, to the quiet moments of laughter that softened your edges. You are 1,000 moments stitched into one, a patchwork soul, a chorus. So sleep now, knowing this. You are not alone in your skin. You are the sum of everyone who ever taught you how to feel, and they are still with you, in your gestures, in your thoughts, in the softness of this breath. Even here, even now, they dream beside you. You're drifting now as a chorus, not a solo, softened into the collective hum of every voice that's ever shaped you. But in this blend of borrowed threads, something strange begins to surface, a realization that tugs at the edge of your awareness. By the time you realize something, it's already past. Think about that. The moment you become conscious of a thought, it's no longer new. The second you feel a feeling, it's already moved through you. Your awareness trails behind reality like a shadow behind flame. We think we are in the present, that we live in sync with what is. But neurologically, we don't. The light from the world takes time to reach your eyes. Your brain takes time to process it, to decode color, shape, context. By the time you see the flash of lightning, it already split the sky. By the time you hear your name called, the air has already finished vibrating. And by the time you feel fear, your body has already prepared for it. You live in a delay, a few milliseconds, but they add up. You are always slightly behind the event, reacting to what has already happened. So what does that mean? It means Presence is an illusion of continuity. A stitched together film your brain replays just quickly enough to feel real. It means you are a witness to life, not as it is, but as it was. Every now is a memory, and yet it feels immediate, which means your entire sense of being is based on a beautifully orchestrated lag, a delay that your consciousness smooths over like glass over rippling water. You never notice it unless you look for it, unless you sit very still and feel the tiny gap between experience and awareness. The breath you take, and then the moment you notice the breath, the sound that enters your ears, and then the moment it becomes meaning. This isn't a flaw, it's a buffer, a cushion that gives you time to create a story around what's happening, to process, to respond, to survive. But it also means you are not in the moment. You are after it, always just behind the curtain, and that's okay, because maybe the goal was never to catch up. Maybe the miracle is that you get to experience it at all, like a cosmic echo, repeating reality just for you. You can't stop the delay. You can't beat it, but you can honor it. You can pause, slow your breath, and know that every moment you touch has already passed, and still it leaves a gift, because in the delay you have a chance to choose, to respond instead of react, to breathe before speaking, to reflect before attaching meaning. The lag becomes a portal, a doorway between sensation and story. And you are the one who steps through. So tonight, let go of trying to keep up. You were never meant to. You are not the source of the moment. You are the one who receives it. And with every breath that comes, let it arrive. Let it pass, let it echo, let it go. You are always a few steps behind the world, but that doesn't make you late. It makes you human. You're not late. You're right on time for what has already happened. And that brings us to something even more delicate, something invisible and yet everywhere around you. What if belief creates its own truth, one neuron at a time? You hold beliefs about yourself, about the world, about what's possible, what's real, what's safe. You believe gravity will hold you, that the sun will rise, that your name belongs to you. And then there are deeper beliefs, the quiet ones, the ones you don't say out loud. I'm not enough. I ruin things. Nothing lasts. Good things are for other people. Beliefs formed in childhood or in trauma or by repetition. But here's the strange part. Your brain doesn't care if a belief is true. It cares if it's useful. Useful in keeping you safe, useful in conserving energy, useful in preserving the story you've built. Because once a belief takes root, your brain goes to work reinforcing it, like scaffolding built around an invisible shape. You filter reality to match it, ignore what contradicts it, highlight what confirms it, rewrite what threatens it. This is not delusion, it's efficiency. It's how brains survive. They automate belief into perception. And soon, Your belief becomes reality, not externally, but internally. Neurons that fire together wire together. A thought repeated enough becomes a groove. A groove becomes a habit, and a habit becomes who you think you are. That's why two people can walk through the same world and see something completely different. To one, the world is full of threat. To another, it's full of opportunity. Same environment, different filters. Because belief is not just in your thoughts, it's in your biology. It shapes your heartbeat, your digestion, your posture, the way you interpret a smile. So the question becomes, are your beliefs yours, or were they planted, adopted, inherited like old furniture you never chose but couldn't throw away? And more importantly, do they still serve you? Not all beliefs need to be kept. Not all truths are sacred. You are allowed to change your mind. You are allowed to unbelieve what no longer fits, even if it feels like unraveling, even if it shakes something at your core. Because at the center of every belief is a choice you didn't know you made, a choice to hold something as certain. And now, you can choose again, gently, slowly, one neuron at a time. This doesn't mean forcing affirmations you don't feel. It means asking quietly, what else might be true? If I believed I was safe, how would I walk? If I believed I was loved, what would I allow? If I believed I was worthy, what would I stop apologizing for? Belief is not a wall, it's a doorway. And tonight, you hold the key. You don't have to change everything. Just open a crack. Let the air in. Let the old beliefs breathe. They might leave, or soften, or transform into something kinder. And when they do, you'll find that the world hasn't changed, but you have, and that's enough. The doorway is open now, a thin beam of quiet light slipping through the edges of belief. And in this silence, this gentle in-between, comes another ripple of wonder. What if your thoughts aren't truly yours? You think in words, you narrate your life, a steady stream, commenting, judging, remembering, anticipating. It feels like it belongs to you, your voice, your mind, your inner self. But pause and watch it. Just for a moment, notice the next thought that arises. Where did it come from? You didn't summon it. You didn't craft it like a painter selects colors. It appeared, spontaneous, automatic, uninvited, like a breeze entering an open window. And if that's true, if your thoughts arrive on their own, are they really yours, or are they passengers, passing through, stopping in, resting in the corridors of your consciousness for a while? You don't control the first thought, only how long you let it stay, how much weight you give it, how tightly you hold its hand. Some thoughts are sticky. They repeat, loop, implant themselves like vines on a wall. They feel personal, but maybe they're echoes, reflections of what you've absorbed from the world, fears inherited from parents, language borrowed from culture, judgments copied from childhood voices, expectations whispered by society. You are not your thoughts. You are the sky they pass through, the container, the silence beneath the noise. Thoughts will come, but you don't have to believe them, or obey them, or become them. You can let them rise and fall like clouds, drifting across the mind's horizon without needing to change the weather. And if a dark thought appears, you don't have to fight it. You don't have to fix it. You don't even have to fear it. Just notice. Oh, there you are. A shadow passing by. That's all. The more you watch, the more you'll see. Thoughts are patterns, not truths, not instructions, not prophecies. And like patterns, they can change. You can gently rewrite them, reshape them, replace them with something softer, but only if you don't mistake them for you. You are not the voice in your head. You are the one who hears it, the awareness, the witness, the quiet presence behind the storm. That's the part of you that cannot be shaken. That doesn't need to be perfect. That remains no matter what thoughts arrive. So tonight, let them arrive. Let them pass, like fireflies in a field, blinking and vanishing into the tall grass. You don't need to catch them. You don't need to follow. You are already whole, already enough, even when the mind is noisy. Even when the thoughts feel heavy, you are still here, still spacious, still watching, still aware. And awareness, pure and simple, needs nothing else. You are still here, still the quiet behind the voice, the watcher of waves. And as you rest in that awareness, something subtler begins to emerge. Not a thought, not a memory, but a feeling, a quiet intuition you've carried for years. What if you've lived this moment before? You've felt it, haven't you? That flicker, that déjà vu, standing in a place you've never been, and somehow knowing the next sound, the next gesture, the next shift in the wind. It doesn't make sense. There's no logic, no explanation that satisfies both the scientist and the poet in you. And yet, it happens. A scent that transports you to a moment you've never lived. A sentence that finishes itself before it's spoken. A dream that reflects reality before it arrives. Could it be coincidence? A quirk of memory? A misfire of neurons playing tricks? Maybe. But there's another possibility. What if time is not a line? What if it's a spiral, or a loop, or a pattern unfolding in countless directions at once? Quantum physicists have whispered it for decades. That time is not fixed, that particles can move backward, that the future can ripple into the past, that consciousness might not be bound by forward motion. And if that's true, then maybe you've touched this night before. Maybe some part of you, deep beneath language, remembers not the event, but the feeling, like a soul tracing its fingertip along familiar grooves in the dark. Because if time folds, then memory might not be about the past. It might be about recognition of a pattern, a rhythm, a sequence of moments that repeats across lifetimes, across dimensions. And you, right now, may be the echo of a self that's already dreamed this dream, a self that already closed their eyes to these same words, already surrendered to the same hush. What would that mean? It means you are not linear. You are not confined to a single thread. You are a spiral of selves, a recurrence, a ripple through deeper waters. And that's why you know before you know. That's why the air feels thick with familiarity in places you've never been, because you are not visiting this moment for the first time. You are remembering forward. Your dreams tonight may feel like invention, but what if they're recollection? A soft return to somewhere you've always belonged. You don't need to understand it. You only need to feel it. That warm hum beneath logic. That intuitive nod behind the eyes. That yes, this is familiar. This has always been waiting. So let déjà vu carry you now. Don't resist the loop. Lean into it. Feel the comfort of being known by time, and let it remind you that even in the most uncertain night, you are walking a path your soul has already traced. There are no wrong turns here, only rediscoveries, only soft echoes, only you finding your way home again. Home is not a place, it's a pattern, a rhythm you return to without map or memory. And as you drift in that familiar spiral, another thought rises gently to meet you. What if the universe only exists when you observe it? It sounds absurd, doesn't it? The stars don't need your eyes to burn. The trees don't need your presence to sway. The oceans don't wait for you to ripple. And yet, quantum mechanics suggests otherwise. That on the smallest scales of reality, particles don't have defined positions or paths until they're measured. That electrons exist in a cloud of probabilities, everywhere and nowhere at once, until consciousness collapses the wave. That photons choose to behave like waves or particles depending on whether someone is watching. It's not poetry. It's physics. The act of observation changes the outcome. The act of seeing creates the scene. So now ask yourself, what does that make you? A passenger or a participant? If a tree falls in the woods and no one is there to hear it, maybe it doesn't make a sound. Not because sound can't exist, but because the world requires your awareness to be. You are not in the universe. The universe is in you, constructed by your senses, rendered by your perception, given meaning through your presence, and not just sight. Your hearing tunes the silence into music. Your memory strings chaos into story. Your emotion paints the neutral with color. Everything is transformed by your gaze. So when you close your eyes, where does the world go? Not away, but inward, held in mind, alive in imagination, projected into dreams. That's where it's always been. This doesn't mean nothing is real. It means reality requires a dance partner, a witness, a consciousness to collapse possibility into form. And you are the one collapsing waves into meaning every second, not passively, but with choice. You choose what to see, what to value, what to bring forward from the haze of possibility. And in doing so, you shape the world, moment by moment, not with power, but with attention. So tonight, as your awareness dims, so does the universe. The edges soften, the colors dissolve, the story unthreads, not in fear, but in trust. Because in sleep, you step away from the screen, and the world pauses, waiting for your return, waiting for your observation, waiting for you to open your eyes again and begin creation anew. And so the world dims with you, not ending, but folding softly in your absence, waiting to bloom again when your eyes open. But before sleep wraps you fully, there is one more distortion to hold in your palm like a smooth, weightless stone. What if the self is just a story? You say, I am tired, I am thinking, I am dreaming. But who is that I? Is it the voice in your head, the body you wear, the name you answer to? None of these were yours at birth. They were given, assigned, built over years like scaffolding around a ghost. And inside, something watches, silent, wordless, still. You might think, I am my memories, but memories change. They blur, they warp with time. You've forgotten more of your life than you've retained, and yet you still feel continuous, a single thread through time. But that thread is made of narrative. You tell yourself the story of who you are, where you've been, what you've survived, what you deserve. And like any good story, it has patterns, recurring themes, a familiar tone. But stories are not fixed. They evolve. They can be rewritten. So what happens when the story changes? When the villain becomes the wounded child? When the failure becomes the seed of strength? When the ending becomes a new beginning? You begin again, and in doing so, you discover that you were never the story. You were the storyteller. You were the one choosing which memories to include, which voices to echo, which interpretations to keep. This doesn't mean the self is an illusion. It means the self is a fluid creation, a dream that reshapes itself every time you remember. And if that's true, then nothing is fixed. You are not bound to who you were yesterday, not by shame, not by mistakes, not even by triumph. You are allowed to forget, to forgive, to shift, because you are not a character. You are the blank page, and the page is sacred. So as you sleep tonight, let go of your name, let go of your roles, let go of the shape others have drawn around you. Let yourself return to that formless center, where you are no longer a someone, no longer a definition, no longer even a witness, just breath, just awareness, just the soft pulse of existence itself, timeless, identityless, eternal. And in that space, there is peace, because nothing needs to be proven. No story needs to be upheld. No mask needs to be worn. You are, and that is enough. Tomorrow, you may pick the story up again. You may walk back into character, rehearse the lines, live the next chapter. But tonight, let it all dissolve, and let the blank page cradle you. And here you are, cradled in the blankness, weightless within a story untold. But as silence stretches into deeper stillness, another strange door creaks open. A thought older than memory, yet always waiting just behind the veil. What if the world outside is just a projection of the world within? The room you sleep in, the sky you saw earlier, the people you love or fear. What if none of them are truly out there? What if they are mirror surfaces, reflections cast by the state of your own consciousness, like dream symbols? When you dream of a storm, you don't believe the sky itself is angry. You know it represents your inner unrest. And yet, when you wake, you forget. You believe again in the external, that people are as they appear, that the world is separate from you. But what if waking life is not so different? What if everything you see, every face, every frustration, every joy, is filtered through your own emotional lens? You see people not as they are, but as you are, the critical teacher, the cold stranger, the adoring partner. All of them perceived through the fog of your own belief, your past wounds, your unmet needs. Your internal state becomes a film reel, projected outward, and you sit in the audience, forgetting that the projector is you. This isn't to say nothing is real, only that reality is relational. It arises from your interaction with it. And so, when you heal a wound inside, you may notice that the world seems softer, the same streets, the same sky, but suddenly, more color, more openness. Have the people changed, or has your projection shifted? When you love yourself more, you may find more love around you, not because it appeared, but because it became visible. Your internal weather clears and the world stops raining. So tonight, as your mind slows, ask gently, what world are you projecting? And not with judgment, but with wonder. Because if you can change the lens, you can change the view, not through force, not through perfection, but through presence. When you befriend your own sadness, you stop seeing enemies in others. When you make peace with your chaos, you stop needing control from the outside. And when you allow yourself joy, the world becomes a place that reflects it. Not always, not in every corner, but enough to feel like the world is listening, because maybe it is. Maybe reality is not a fixed object, but a living canvas, responsive to the vibration you bring to it. And if so, then your inner work is not private. It is a kind of quiet magic, a way of painting the world without ever lifting a brush. So rest now and let the colors settle. Let the projections dissolve into blackness, and know that when you rise again, the world will be waiting, not as it is, but as you are. And as that painted world fades behind your closing eyes, you begin to sense something even subtler, a truth not told in words, but etched in the silence between them. What if nothingness is the truest state of being? We resist it, this void. We fill the room with sound. We scroll, we plan, we narrate, we chase. We fear the absence of doing because we've been taught that silence means emptiness, and emptiness means insignificance. But what if that's backwards? What if all things arise from nothingness, not into it? Close your eyes. Feel the stillness beneath your breath, the moment between thoughts, The pause before your heartbeat lands again. There's no effort there, no identity, no need, just being, pure, unadorned, spacious, like the night sky before the stars. And yet, this nothingness is not absence, it is potential. It is the blank canvas, the untouched field, the breath before creation. You see, in the quantum world, the vacuum isn't empty. It teems with possibility. Particles blink in and out of existence. Fluctuations, energy, creation waiting in silence. And perhaps your mind works the same. Beneath the thoughts, beneath the roles, beneath the memory and momentum, there is you before you were named, before you were shaped, before you were watched. Just awareness, just isness. And here's the strange part, that nothingness is not something to be filled. It is something to return to again and again, because it heals, because it softens, because it reminds you that your worth is not tied to output, to noise, to presence. You are worthy in stillness. You are enough in quiet. You are whole in the void. Every night as you fall asleep, you return to this truth. You surrender the day. You drop your name. You let go of time, and you become what you were before you began, formless, resting in the cradle of existence. That's not failure. That's your true form. So let yourself dissolve now. Let the background hum replace your inner voice. Let the weight of the bed hold you like the arms of nothing. Let your thoughts slow, your breath shallow, your awareness dissolve into vastness. You are not disappearing. You are remembering that before the world knew your shape, you were still sacred. Before the noise, you were still music. Before the story, you were still meaning. And even now, in this quiet, you still are. You still are. Not in motion, not in thought, but in presence. And that presence, soft, still, and infinite, leads us to the next ripple in your sleeping mind. What if you are not a single self, but many versions coexisting? We like to think we are one person, a fixed I, stable across time. But how many times have you changed? The child who stared at the sky, the teenager who doubted everything, the adult who carries both armor and wonder. Where did those people go? They didn't vanish. They folded inward, like petals, like Russian dolls stacked gently within you. Each version of you still breathes somewhere in your psyche, waiting to be seen, waiting to be heard. You are a chorus of selves, not schizophrenic, not broken, but beautifully plural. Each self with its own needs, its own wounds, its own truths. And sometimes they contradict. One part of you longs for freedom, another craves safety. One is weary, one is hopeful, one wants to leap. One whispers, "Please not yet." These aren't flaws, they are echoes of who you've been, trying to make sense of where you are. You are not confused, you are composite. And in dreams, this becomes clear. Notice how your dreams shift. You are the observer, then the actor, then the child again, then the voice you thought you'd forgotten. Dreams do not obey a single identity. They let the whole symphony speak. So maybe sleep is not escape. Maybe it's reunion, a quiet meeting of your inner council, where the versions of you gather in soft light, the joyful one, the broken one, the reckless one, the calm observer, and finally sit at the same table. No judgment, just presence, just listening. In waking life, we often silence parts of ourselves, the too angry, the too scared, the too weird. But here tonight, you don't have to. Here, all yourselves are safe. The one who failed, the one who tried, the one who hides behind sarcasm, the one who still believes. They're all you, not past, not gone, just folded, nested in quiet layers of your being. And you don't have to choose. You don't have to collapse yourself into one neat version. You are not a product. You are a process, like a river, always changing but always you. So as your breathing slows and your inner dialogue fades, let every part of you exhale. Let them all sleep, not as fragments, but as a whole, a constellation of selves blinking softly as one. And now, with all your selves at rest, tucked gently into the folds of your subconscious, a new stillness arrives. And in it, the next question breathes itself into the space between your thoughts. What if memory isn't a recording, but a reconstruction? You trust your memories. You hold them like evidence, snapshots, proof of who you are, where you've been, what you've seen. But memory isn't a photograph. It's a story you rewrite each time you recall it. Every remembering is a reassembling. Each time you change a detail, the light in the room, the words that were said, the emotion behind a gesture you don't mean to, but your present state colors your past. If you're sad, you remember differently. If you've grown, the pain may soften. If you're angry, old wounds feel sharper. And so memory shifts. It is not a vault. It is a mirror, warped by time, emotion, and context. Even the most vivid moments, your first kiss, your greatest failure, the moment you said goodbye, they too have changed. They are not what happened. They are what you believe happened. And yet, they shape you so deeply. They inform your choices, build your identity, frame your relationships. But if memory is plastic, if it morphs with each retelling, what does that say about you? It means your past is not fixed. It means healing is possible because the story can soften. The villain can become a teacher. The failure can become the turning point. You are not bound to a single version of events. You are the author, editing with compassion, revising with grace. And in dreams, memory becomes water. Have you noticed? In dreams, people from different eras of your life appear side by side, dead and living, childhood friends and strangers, events that never happened, yet feel real. That's your mind at play, rebuilding, blending, reimagining the past, not to deceive you, but to make sense of now. It's not always logical, but it's healing, it's integration. So tonight, if memories arise, let them flow. Don't try to verify them. Don't dig for facts. Just witness the feeling beneath them. That is where the truth lives, not in the details, but in the emotion, the lesson, the echo. And if the memory hurts, gently remind yourself, this too can be rewritten with time, with kindness, with sleep, because in sleep you become the dreamer again, the storyteller, the healer, the one who holds all timelines, not as prisons, but as possibilities. So close the book tonight. Let the pages melt into mist, and wake tomorrow not bound by the past, but blessed by its unfolding. And now you drift gently in that space where memory blurs and the self unravels, a twilight between what has happened and what might have been. From this vantage, another thought begins to shimmer. What if time is not moving forward, but standing still? You've always felt it, that quiet ticking beneath every heartbeat. Time, relentless, linear, a path we all must walk, one step after the other. Seconds into minutes, minutes into hours, days into years. We race it, fear it, obey it. But what if this rhythm is only an illusion? Physics, modern, strange, unsettling, offers another view. Time, as Einstein saw it, is not absolute. It bends, it slows, it stretches and compresses depending on gravity and speed. And more than that, in the equations that describe the universe, there is no preferred direction of time. The laws work just as well in reverse, which raises the question, why do we remember the past, but not the future? What if the arrow of time, this sense of movement from then to now to next, is not the truth, but a trick of perception, like a film reel? Each frame is frozen, but when viewed in sequence, it creates motion. Maybe all of time already exists. Every second you've ever lived, every second you ever will live, laid out like a map. You are not moving through it. You are experiencing slices of it, in order, one after the other, because that's how consciousness perceives. But the moments are already there. The you that is yet to be born. The you that will one day whisper your last word. They all exist, not in waiting, but in being. And this night, this moment, it isn't fleeting. It is eternal, preserved forever in the strange geometry of space-time. You are not a traveler. You are a light sweeping across a canvas that is already complete. And that is beautiful, because if time is a painting, not a river, then nothing is ever truly lost. Not your childhood laughter, not the touch of a hand you miss, not the moment you first felt real joy. They are all still there, unfolding in some frozen corner of existence, untouched by decay. So when you sleep tonight, you are not slipping away. You are entering another frame, one just as real, just as whole, just as still. Let it hold you. Let go of the clock, of the race, of the dread. Let your breath become timeless. Let your thoughts loosen their grip on before and after, and rest in this one eternal now, not as a fleeting instant, but as a sacred, unmoving point of light, yours forever, eternal light, a point unmoving in a universe of shifting illusions. You rest now, not drifting, but glowing, fixed, yet infinite. And from this stillness, another gentle unraveling begins. What if your thoughts are not your own? You've spent your life believing the voice in your head is you, that inner monologue, commenting, judging, narrating. It feels personal, private, intimate. But have you ever stopped to ask, where does a thought come from? You don't choose your next thought. It simply arrives, uninvited, spontaneous, already formed, sometimes brilliant, sometimes cruel, sometimes so strange you wonder how it ever lived inside your mind. If you are the thinker, why can't you control what arises? Why do certain memories flood back without cause? Why do fears whisper themselves into your dreams? Why do entire sentences appear in your head before you even understand them? It's as if consciousness is not the author of thought, but the stage on which thoughts appear. A theater of voices shaped by experience, culture, language, trauma, DNA, like echoes in a canyon. You didn't speak them, but now you hear them. So what does this mean? If your thoughts are not you, then who are you? You are the awareness beneath the thought, the silence that listens, the witness that sees the mind thinking, but does not confuse itself with the mind. This is freedom, because it means the cruel thought, not yours, the intrusive one, not you, the judgmental one, just a breeze passing through. You can observe without attaching, watch without becoming, like watching clouds from a mountaintop. You don't blame the sky for its weather. You just wait and trust it will clear. So tonight, if your thoughts arise, let them. Do not wrestle. Do not chase. Do not push. Just watch with softness. You are not your thoughts. You are the space around them. And in that space, you are safe. You are vast. You are untouched. Let that realization wash over you like moonlight through trees. Let it quiet the noise. You are not the storm. You are the sky. You are the sky, wide, spacious, untouched by the passing clouds. And as you rest beneath that inner expanse, something even more delicate begins to stir. What if free will is only an illusion? Pause. Feel the weight of that thought. We like to believe in choice, in agency, in the power to decide what to eat, where to go, who to be. But how free are you really? The craving that rose in you earlier, did you choose it? The way your heart responded to a song, a face, a phrase, was that authored by you, or by the billions of conditions that came before? Genes, parents, language, memories you didn't ask for, fears shaped by moments you barely recall. Your neurons fire before you're aware of the decision. Your body begins to act before your mind catches up. Science has measured it. A readiness potential, a signal in the brain that comes before your conscious mind decides. So what is choice? Perhaps it's a story, a narrative we weave around actions already taken, a sense of authorship applied after the ink has dried. It's not a punishment, not a flaw. It's the mind trying to make sense of movement, trying to say, I am in control, because the alternative is too terrifying. But here's the mystery. Even if you are not the originator of your thoughts, you are still the space they pass through. The dreamer, not the dream. The sky, not the storm. And maybe that is the deeper freedom. Not in choosing every moment, but in responding to what arises with compassion, with curiosity, with presence. You are not a puppet. You are a flame dancing in the wind, shaped but not extinguished. And if you let go of the need to control, you discover something softer, a kind of grace. Decisions still happen, paths still unfold, but without the weight of blame, of pressure, of fear. You don't have to know why you're drawn to certain people, why some moments echo louder, why you said yes when you meant no. You can observe it all, and in that observation, you are free. Not because you control the script, but because you no longer confuse yourself with the actor. So tonight, as dreams prepare their stage, let go of control. Let life move through you like breath, like tides, like sleep. No resistance, no grasping, just surrender. Because even if free will is an illusion, your capacity to love, to soften, to witness is not. And in the quiet of that surrender, you become limitless. Limitless. That's what you are now, not because you can do anything, but because you've stopped trying to hold everything. And in this soft surrender, another veil drifts away. It reveals the next distortion, waiting patiently in the shadows of your awareness. What if reality doesn't exist until you observe it? It sounds absurd, but quantum physics whispers otherwise. At the smallest levels, particles behave like waves, potential, probability, a ghost of many outcomes. They do not choose a position until they are measured, until someone observes. Then they collapse. They become real. The act of looking creates the result. And if that's true for particles, what about the world? Is it there, fully, solidly, when no one sees it? Or does reality shimmer in limbo, waiting to be brought into focus by your awareness? Take a breath. Let the walls around you blur. Let the objects in the room fade from attention. If you are not looking at the chair, what is the chair? Matter or memory? Is it still there in its fullness? Or is it potential, like a dream waiting to be dreamed? This isn't just theory, it's intimate. It means you are not separate from the world you see. You participate in its creation, not metaphorically, but literally. Your observation calls things into being, which means maybe you are not in the universe. Maybe the universe is in you, projected, frame by frame, as consciousness brushes its gaze across the fabric of potential. You're not a passive witness. You are the lens that focuses the formless. And perhaps this is what it means to be alive, to be a light sweeping across the infinite, calling moments into existence just by seeing them. And when you sleep, what collapses then? What new realities swirl into form beneath your eyelids? What if dreams are the mind collapsing its own probabilities, simulating, exploring, imagining, testing realities not yet chosen? Not just meaningless images, but entire worlds spun from your quiet act of dreaming. And maybe, in the deepest sleep, when there are no images, no names, no you, maybe even then, some corner of the universe sighs into existence because you are present. You don't need to understand it. You just need to know you are not small. You are not separate. You are the observer that makes the world real. So tonight, as your eyes close and the known slips away, let the darkness bloom. Let the quiet birth something vast. You don't need to look. It's already becoming, because you are becoming. That gentle, endless unfolding of what you are, what you might be, what you've always been beneath the masks. And as the mind dips deeper into stillness, you begin to sense a question long buried beneath certainty. What if logic itself is a cage? We revere logic. It is our compass, our language of truth, our anchor in a chaotic world. But is it ultimate, or is it merely ours? A system evolved to fit the narrow groove of human perception. Logic says a thing must either be or not be. But what of paradoxes? What of quantum superposition, where a particle is both here and there until measured? Logic says the shortest path between 2 points is a straight line. But space-time curves. Gravity bends light, the universe folds. Logic says something cannot come from nothing. But the Big Bang defied that. Something exploded into being from silence, a silence that had no before. And so, what if our cherished logic is not the key to the universe, but a lens we've mistaken for the truth, a child's map of the stars? Useful, comforting, but incomplete. Take a moment. Recall a dream that made no sense, yet felt more real than any waking day. Doors opening into oceans, voices from trees, moments stitched together with no thread, but perfect clarity inside the dream. You didn't question it then, because dreams don't obey logic. They obey something deeper, a kind of emotional geometry, a truth that flows, not computes. And maybe reality too contains truths that lie beyond deduction, intuitions that defy formulas, whispers that logic cannot trap. This isn't to discard reason, only to recognize its limits. The way a lighthouse does not light the entire ocean, only the part you're ready to sail. And beyond that glow, mystery, possibility, the sacred. So tonight, as you surrender to sleep, don't try to solve the universe. Let it be irrational. Let it be impossible. Let it be beautiful. There are truths that don't need to be proven, only felt, only witnessed in silence, like love, like awe, like the dream you're slipping into now. So exhale logic and inhale wonder. Let go of the cage and step into the wide, illogical sky. The wide, illogical sky welcomes you. You float now, unbound by proof or precision. Only presence, only the soft hum of mystery brushing against your thoughts. And here, in this uncharted space, a deeper riddle emerges. What if identity is a hallucination? You say I as if it were a solid thing, permanent, unified. But what is I? Your body? Every cell you own is replaced over time. Your skin, your bones, your blood. They have cycled through countless versions. The body you wake up in is not the one you were born in. Is it your memories? We've already wandered through how those shift, how they flicker and warp with time, how they are edited like old films in a broken projector. Is it your mind? Thoughts arise unbidden. Emotions change like weather. One day you love, the next you rage, and you cannot always say why. So then what? Where is the you in all this? Buddhist philosophy has long whispered, there is no fixed self, only patterns, waves, processes unfolding, like a whirlpool. It has a shape, a location, but no thing you can scoop out and hold. It's movement. So maybe you are movement too, a process of being, a temporary arrangement of elements, a name written in water, not to diminish you, but to free you. Because when the self becomes soft, the burdens soften too. You don't have to protect a rigid identity. You don't have to defend your past. You don't have to be anyone. You can just be. And in sleep, this is what you return to. Notice how in dreams you shift. You are yourself, then someone else, then no one at all. You move through roles like wind through branches, and still something remains. Not the self, but the awareness, that silent witness behind every mask. Maybe that's the real you, not the persona, not the past, not the plan, but the watcher, the dreamer behind the dream. And when the I dissolves, what's left is not absence, it's unity, it's freedom. You are not a single self lost in the dark. You are the dark, the silence, the vastness that holds every identity like a passing shadow. So sleep now. Let the self unravel like thread. Let it fall from your shoulders like a robe. You are not disappearing. You are becoming whole. Whole. Not in the way a puzzle is whole, with edges that define and confine, but in the way the ocean is whole, fluid, vast, boundaryless. And in this ocean, another ripple finds you. What if separation is a dream? You were taught to see things as a part. You and the tree, you and the sky, you and me. But this too may be illusion. At the molecular level, there is no line where you end and the world begins. The air you breathe was part of someone else. A stranger's lungs, a dog's bark, a star exploding 1 billion years ago. The atoms in your bones are borrowed. recycled, ancient. You are stitched from the same material as everything. Your skin is not a wall. It is a momentary pause in the movement of matter. Your thoughts arise from neurons, which pulse with electricity, fueled by minerals from soil, flesh from plants, light from suns. So where exactly are you? Not here, not there, but everywhere. And still, we live as if alone. We grieve in isolation. We compare. We protect and withhold. But beneath that illusion of separation is the hum of unity, like a dream where every character is you, every voice, every place, a fragment of one dream in mind. So what if the world is dreaming itself through you? What if the breeze knows your name because it is you? What if the stars feel warm, not because they are close, but because they are not other? In dreams, this truth feels familiar. You become the mountain, then the bird, then the feeling that they are one. There is no gap, no space between, only consciousness folding itself into forms for the joy of being. So tonight, dissolve the boundaries. Let the bed beneath you be the earth. Let your breath be the ocean's tide. Let your mind be the sky through which all things pass. You are not in the worlds, you are the world. And the world is resting now in you. Resting, not as a body cradled by a bed, but as the universe closing its eyes through you. And in this stillness, a final veil loosens. One more distortion of reality, gentle and strange. What if death is not the end, but a shift in perspective? We fear it, the full stop, the curtain drop, the unknown void beyond the breath. But perhaps death is not an absence, only a doorway, a folding inward, a returning. Physics tells us that energy cannot be destroyed, only changed. And consciousness, no one can say where it begins, or if it ends. The brain dies, yes, but what of awareness? That silent witness behind your thoughts, the one watching even now, as your body softens and your mind becomes water. Could it simply move? Could it ripple elsewhere? A continuation, not in form, but in field, like waves returning to the ocean, still existing, no longer separate, no longer defined, just merged. And maybe that's what sleep teaches us, night after night, that surrender is not loss, that blackness is not absence, that the end of waking is the beginning of something else. In dreams, you forget your name, but you still are. You live stories that make no sense, meet people you've never known, feel things you cannot explain, and then you wake, not with grief, but with quiet awe. What if death is like that? Not darkness, but another light, one you cannot see from here, but have always felt. A pull, a memory of home, a soft hand reaching through the veil. And if that's true, then you don't need to fear sleep. It is not a rehearsal for dying. It is a reminder that transformation can be peaceful, that letting go can feel like flying. So tonight, fall without fear. Let your breath slow, Let your edges blur. Let yourself fade into the next form of being. You are not ending. You are returning to something deeper. To silence, yes. But a silence filled with stars. Silence filled with stars. Not empty, not gone, but luminous like a galaxy exhaling in slow motion. And here, finally, we arrive at the edge of everything. The last distortion, the final veil, so thin it's almost transparent. What if there is no final truth, only the act of searching? All your life, you've looked for answers to why you are here, what it all means, what's real, what's true. But what if truth isn't something you find? What if it's something you become in the seeking? Every theory, every law, every scripture once felt like the final word, until it didn't. Until someone asked a new question, saw a crack in the foundation, dreamed a new possibility. Science evolves. Philosophy rewrites itself. Even our most sacred beliefs bend with time and thought. Maybe that's not a failure. Maybe that's the point, that we are not here to arrive. We are here to wonder, to drift, to spiral gently through uncertainty and call it beautiful. You were not meant to hold all the answers. You were meant to dance with the questions, in your thoughts, in your dreams, in the soft moments between waking and sleep. And now, as this journey draws to a close, feel what remains. Not knowledge, not conclusions, but a quiet awe, like standing on the edge of a vast field at dusk and sensing something moving in the tall grass, something you cannot name, but you smile anyway, because some truths don't need words, only presence, only stillness. Let go now. Let the questions fade like ink in water. There is nothing to solve, nothing to grasp, only this moment and the next, and the space between them. Sleep is here, and in its arms, so is everything you ever needed to know, not in language, but in light. And now, there is nothing left to seek, no more riddles to hold, no more truths to chase, no more selves to become. Just this gentle stillness. Feel how soft your body has become, how your thoughts have thinned to mist, how time has loosened its grip. There is no rush here, no pressure to awaken, no story to continue, only a hush, a breath, a space between the stars. Let the final remnants of waking fall away, like the last leaves drifting from a tree in autumn. Let the quiet wrap around you like warm water in a slow-motion ocean with no shore. You are safe, you are held, you are home. The questions will be there tomorrow if you wish to hold them again. But for now, just float. Let your awareness dissolve into the soft darkness behind your eyes. Let the silence deepen. Let the world pause. There is no need to dream, no need to remember. Only rest, only being, only the gentle hum of existence without form, without name, without end. You have traveled far tonight, through paradox, illusion, memory, and time. And now it's time to sleep, to truly sleep, not as escape, but as return. So sink, drift, disappear gently into the mystery you are. I'll be here, just a whisper in the dark, a thought you might not remember when morning comes. But for now, I'm with you. Sleep well, you beautiful, infinite thing. Good night.